cards.
I don't want to miss it. No. Or like, she would be here till 9:30 or something.
Oh, so then she's not watch it or something?
So she's just gonna watch it. So I don't know how that.
But so I told my, make sure my
Um,
team knew, but.
Can I get somebody to be my timekeeper? And if you know how to do like a, what do you call that? A count up. It's like a time, what do you call that? Stopwatch. Oh, on your phone, so that you can count up 15 minutes. But we want to try to stay right on time. And so I'm going to go ahead and start. And my thing is really short. So.
Oh, you've got one. Is this your?
Hey, Vaughn and Greg, you guys want to come in?
Well.
We're going to start with who we've got.
Yes.
It's 9 o'clock.
So, I'm just gonna move up.
Before we get, yeah, let's have a group move up.
Because that looks really bad, when there's
Yeah.
like all these empty chairs.
Yeah, so all of you guys will sit in the front. Everybody come sit up front.
Are you using this?
Right now I am.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you mean the
This is your honey, right?
This is the web.
Unless
The
you stand back in the back.
I'm not using it, but you're welcome to use it.
So my thing.
I have another thing on the other side.
Okay.
Okay. All right, well, it is 9 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started, and I'm expecting to have a few more people trickle in as we go. And I'm just really excited to have this fast track today, because we've got just a slightly different format than we normally have. In the past, we've kind of just taken all the stuff that's in the back office, and people will present it, the PowerPoints and everything, and we sometimes do a little bit of practice and everything. And this time, I just felt like we have so many successful people, and not only just successful people in Strongbrook as IBDs, but we have mentors here in the area that have donated their content to the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. And I just felt very inspired to have some of those people who have seen success in their businesses, and just entrepreneurs in general that are successful, to come and share what they, about their success. So it's a little different feel, a little bit different format today. And so this will just be a real awesome follow-up to the one that we had last month, the fast track that we had last month. And these will Benson, and I'm just wanted to kind of start out and just give you a little feel, first of all, for how the day's going to go, but also I really feel like for me, the biggest key for my success has been changing my mindset and getting myself to a point where I feel that where I'm attracting the right things. And so I actually want to start out with just a little short video, and a lot of you probably already are aware of this, of what I'm going to share with you. But for those of you who aren't, I just wanted to kind of open your minds and expand your thinking just a little bit. So I'm going to get this up on the screen.
So do we have a connection to the?
Sorry, I thought you did that. Okay, for some reason,
Yes,
there's
it's
no sound.
Yeah.
Where's the elevator music over?
Technology is
No,
so wonderful when it works right.
What did Jeopardy music?
I thought it was, it
doesn't.
Yeah, we could all hum together.
There we go. I feel good.
Who's got the opening song today?
So good. So good.
Shoot.
If I was a techie, I'd be right there helping
There you
you.
go.
but
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Okay, we started over, sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you for it, yeah. It's amazing.
You're getting close to water.
I want you to notice the symmetry of these are water crystals that were, pictures were taken as these words were spoken. And notice the symmetry of the crystals associated with the words. The symmetry and the beauty.
Interesting.
Not surprising.
Kind of interesting, huh?
Mm.
So, I wanted to just kind of give you that, beginning. And where's Sherry?
I'm right
Sherry,
here.
do you want to come and get your,
So if you just. I don't know if I really hear
Did you get my thank you? Oh, no. We're gonna make it. You can see that every time. I cannot believe you've never had it before. Never. Shocking. Why? It's going like an athlete. Haven't done it. We gotta make up for it.
Wise
Years.
time.
Exactly. That's right.
Morning, how are you?
There we go. They did.
We have the last 3 or 4 people that can have it, so they're gonna get shot.
Great.
Very, very good.
All right, well, thank you for that, for your attention on that. Does anybody have a comment on, how many of you have heard that before or seen that before about the water crystals, the studies that were done on that? So we actually can change the makeup of our bodies, of the universe, of, our world by the words that we say and the words that we think. And so I wanted to just open your minds to that and be aware as you go home and look around your home and maybe even the thoughts that are hanging up around, if you've got something up on your mirror in your kitchen or whatever, take a look at what you have surrounding yourself, and also the words that you speak within your family, within your associates, and just kind of be aware of that. And as we go through today, very likely there are going to be some thoughts that will come into our heads of, oh, I can't do that, or she's been successful at this, but I'm not her, I can't do it that way, or whatever. We'll think of some things like that, and anything that we tell ourselves, that's what we create. And so whatever those are, jot them down, because the words are never really powerful until unless we internalize them. And so if you can get them down on paper and really take a look at them, then it takes that fear away. So we have our first speaker that's ready to go. Her name is Sherry LeBaron, and I'm excited to be able to have her come up and share. She's really powerful with technology, and so she's going to help us kind of with all the websites and things that we have. She's going to help us to make sense of them. So thank you, Sherry. Give Sherry a round of applause.
I am so excited to be here, and I'm so grateful Wylene is letting me play with you guys. So I'm maybe the transition point from the practical into the experiences and things that are going to really motivate us. I'm excited about our new website. It is amazing. We used to have like 37 different places you had to log into in order to be able to do 37 different things, and they're bringing it all together, and so the look and feel and flow is so much easier. On your website that you get as you sign up, you've got access to information about real estate, information about mentorship, and information about building a business, all in the same place. And these used to be completely separate. Plus, where you log in is so easy to find now, just right up at the top and centered.
Isn't that nice?
It is so nice.
Trying to find it.
Yeah, and for new people, this is just so convenient. And Strongbrook has so much material available that when I started, I didn't really start for like 9 months because I was like, I don't know enough. I don't know where to start. I don't know what's most important. And so that's what I kind of want to focus on today. I love that this is called a fast track in whatever form it takes, because it's just a reminder that we need to be moving, and you know enough. I mean, you have everything you need here, and as long as you know the person who signed you up, you know enough to talk to people, and your enthusiasm is going to carry you forward, and that's important. So I just want to go through a few things that will be helpful for you, and hopefully in if you're brand new, looking at all the material that's available, hopefully it will help you figure out, where do I start? Because getting moving is really important, but also you do want to learn as you go along. So where do I start? There's so much to choose from. So we're going to just go ahead and log in to the website, and this is the home page. This is where you land once you log in. And there are several different options here. We're going to start with the back office. And your back office is about numbers. It's a place where you can get a visual on your progress. You can look at your current stats for the month, as well as your stats for a three-month rolling period. But you can also get a picture of the progress of your team. You're not going to get the specific details of like who is on their team and stuff like that. Unless you dig for it. You're not going to know their commissions and things like that, but you're going to be able to get a really good picture of what's going on with your team. So that's your back office. And this is, when you click on the back office link, this is the first page that you see. And there are lots and lots of things on this page. So right up here, this lets you understand what your personal progress is on how much business you've done. You've got your current month, but then over here you've got your 3-month rolling totals on your personal transactions, okay? And that's going to include anything you've purchased for yourself. It's going to include people that you sign up that don't purchase an IBD, okay? Those are the volumes you'll see there. And here are volumes for your whole organization. At first, those numbers are confusing and don't make a lot of sense if you've not done network marketing before. They're there. It's nice to kind of see them go up. Don't worry about them. Just get moving, okay? But something that's really fun to look at back here, and I've obviously blanked out all the numbers, are your earnings. Every Friday we get our checks, and this is updated every week so that you know what's coming to you on that week, okay? Besides that, you've got some navigation that allows you to go further into things to learn more numbers. And also up at the top, the little button that says Member Portal, that will take you back to the home page where you can select Conscious Creator Mentoring Network or real estate or the other things. So if we dial down into organization, this is the default screen where you're going to go into and see Organization Explorer. That's going to give you a listing of all your frontline people. Now, if you want to see what your frontline is doing, you can click on a name and it will expand and open up, and you can continue to do that for several levels. One thing that's important to note here is that this list of frontline people are only going to be your IBDs. It's not going to include people who are only transacting real estate or who are only consuming the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, okay? For further information, as you get more experience in it and it makes sense, you know, because you're building a team, a couple other places that you might want to look are the organization details or the downline orders. The downline orders will let you know who's purchasing, like on a $99 a month, when their purchase happens and things like that. Questions? Okay, I want to keep going pretty fast. Another thing that you can find from your back office is your commissions. So if you click on commissions, you're going to default to a screen for whatever the current pay period is, whether that's a monthly bonus or whether that's a weekly check. And it's going to tell you how much you will be being paid. It'll even break it down as to what your enroller commission and your tier bonus is. The cool thing about this is that you can go back and look at what you've done in the past. That drop down will have every week in it that you have received a paycheck. If you didn't receive a paycheck that week, it won't have anything. So every piece of information on that drop down has to do with what you have completed in your business. The other fun thing
Yeah, you
here.
love seeing those.
The other fun thing here is that on commissions, you can go down to the checks and you can see your weekly check, your monthly check, and this particular screen is a shot of the projected monthly. So based on what I've done this month, what is the check that I'm going to get in June? And that's just kind of fun. It's a motivating kind of thing as you see that grow. Bouncing back to the mentor or to the member portal, let's look real quick at the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. And like I said, I just love that you have one home page that you can go to everything in. You don't have to log out and log back into a different website. So this is cool. Okay, so the first thing in the mentoring side is the mentoring vault. And this is where I go when I want to take part in the mentoring and participate in the courses. So this is what I've paid for, okay? This is not something that you can send to somebody else and get them into the material. Although you can send them to your website and they can look and see what that is like. And this would be this link. And basically it just links back to your main website. So danandsheri.strongbrook.com. And then they would click the mentor tab, okay? So this is yourname.strongbrook.com. This is, you can send that URL to someone who's interested in looking at subscribing to the network or even looking at building a business based on the mentoring. This next shot is, I guess I skipped one, the Become a Mentor site. When you click there, this is where you go. And this is set up so that mentors can understand what's the benefit of submitting my content. Why would I ever want to do that? And it's really logical and very powerful to go through. Each of these sites that we can send other people to have very short videos on it. And I would recommend anyone that's new to get familiar with what those videos are. Because more than likely, people are going to watch the videos long before they read the content on the website. So as you're talking to someone about this, send them the website link, say, oh, there's this really cool video and it kind of covers this and this. And you've got it, all right? This URL is what you would want to send to someone because on your main website, there's not a link to become a mentor. So you need to understand this URL. So it would be the name of your website, like danandsheri.strongbrook.com/become a mentor. So that's what I've got up there. Questions? 5 minutes. I need to speed up. Okay. Conscious Creator Mentoring Library. These are tools to help you communicate information about the mentoring network. And again, there's a lot of stuff in here, but if you're brand new, what I would highly suggest is pick a PowerPoint presentation and get familiar with it. If you're going to lead out, and I think we're going to talk about this later, if you're going to lead out with a Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, you might want to look at the Conscious Creator presentation. If you're going to talk about both the real estate and the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, then the 3 pillars might be for you. If you're meeting with potential mentors, you want to be familiar with the content there. And again, just get in there, go, review it until you feel like you know it. The real estate section of the website is the section that's most notably the transition from the old to the new. It has several different parts and it doesn't flow as well as the new stuff that we have. So if you're looking for something that you can't figure out the logical place where it's going to be, check the real estate part of the network. It's got your websites. It's got, oh, I missed another one too, didn't I? Okay, it's got your website. It's got the estate planning, stuff like that. So if we get in here, it'll say my website, and I was doing this 3 in the morning, so that's why I missed it. The information site there routes you back to your main website, and this investor presentation is a 16-minute presentation on real estate. Scroll down the page and you've got the IBD website. And again, this stuff is really now combined on our main website, but these 2 things you won't find anywhere else, and these are important. This is a 9-minute presentation on Strongbrook. This is a 9-minute presentation on the comp plan. If you click into those, you'll get that URL again that you can send to people via text or via email. It's a great tool. And then on this page, there are enrollment websites too. But again, when we have our main website, there's a join now there, and for real estate, it'll automatically route them to be able to join into the map. And for the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, it will give them the choice to either just be a user or to be an IBD and a consumer. The IBD Training Center is really important. When you go there, there's tons and tons of stuff that you can get overwhelmed on. The first place, I mean tons of stuff. The first place that you should go when you're brand new is to the 90-day startup. And there are several pages in that working through that'll help you plan a grand opening. And the IBD Toolbox, this has, again, tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff. And when I first hit that, I went like totally overwhelmed, paralyzed. I didn't know what to do. So, couple things that I feel are important and that I emphasize with my team. I want them to get into the interview and business plan, and I meant to bring a paper copy, but I forgot. We often call that a get started interview. It's a 16-page document. That's really tough to go through everything in one sitting. And so, thank you.
There's that.
This is and so get familiar with this. If they've already signed up as an IBD, don't go through the IBD questions. You know what I'm saying? Get familiar with this. And what I try to do is I try to be clear with my team members on why that getting started interview is important to me. And then also after we finish the interview, I want my new IBD to clearly know the top 5 actions for me and or them. And it's always going to be, it's always going to involve a commitment to be here at least a year. It's always going to involve a commitment to use the product. If you're in the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, you do that 30 minutes a day. It's really important. Important for your mindset and your own personal growth, but it's important for you to know the product and be able to talk about it. The list of 100 names, and then also knowing how they want me to show up for them. Those are some things that I focus on. Those are always part of my top 5. And then the other thing I wanted to show you real quick, and this is just when you're new, you want to know how much am I going to get paid and where do I find out this information. So on the commission plan, there's tons of information there too. The per product commission chart and the commission schedules are probably the 2 things. Here's the chart, and then the commission schedule tells you when your paycheck is coming for the activity that week. That's all I have for you. Very good. And since this is on PowerPoint, if anybody wants it, obviously I've skipped a couple slides I meant to put in there. I'm happy if you email me. I'm happy to send it to you.
So tell us your email.
ds.invested.vision@gmail.com. DS like Dan Sherry .invested.vision@gmail.com. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That was awesome.
DS Invested.
Okay, so there's a
Dot. Yep.
Invested Vision.
But
There's a
the
dot between the invest. It was one of those when I tried to get the name that we wanted, it kept saying this is already taken.
Okay, at what?
Gmail.
Gmail.
Okay, good. Cool. So that's the
Thank you, Sherry. That was
PowerPoint for the websites. Cool. Thank you. Give Sherry another big round of
Yay.
applause. It was like that.
Yeah.
Well, I am so excited to be able to introduce our next speaker, and he's getting his PowerPoint up on the computer in the back also. I'm just going to give you a little bit about my experience with Michael Cannon. Michael and Debbie Cannon are fairly new IPDs, and they have a company called Smart Cut Solutions. And I actually have been mentoring with them, and they've been helping me to kind of get everything ordered in my office and get my my systems so that they're much simpler, and you're going to get to be the beneficiaries of that today, of some of the things that we've put together for my personal business, and I wanted them to share that with you. And so Michael is kind of the technology person of their team, and so he's going to actually be sharing some things about social media for you today. And so I'm excited to hear from him, and then we'll be hearing from Debbie a little bit later. So how are you got there?
I think so.
Okay, awesome. Give Michael a big round of applause.
Thank you. My name is Michael Cannon with Smart Cut Solutions. Last night, I was getting ready to go to bed. I don't know how everybody else gets ready for a presentation, but I tend to start thinking about it a couple of weeks ahead of time. And I'll come up with ideas in my mind. Then I'll do an outline. Then I'll put it on slides. And then I'll start thinking about all the stuff that I'm going to say. And so I practice it in my mind and over again. We went to someone's house for dinner last night, and I came home and started practicing it in my mind again. And what happens when you do that right before bed? You know, it rolls over into your dream. So about 5 o'clock this morning, I'm kind of floating in and out, and I'm here in the classroom, and there's a bunch of people sitting here, and Wylene hasn't shown up. Now we know that's not going to happen, right? Because she's sitting right here. It's a dream. And so I get asked to come up and introduce my wife, and because she was going to speak first. So I come up and I start talking. I said, well, here's what we're going to do. I am going to speak first, and we'll let my wife talk. Well, I've been married 40 years. I know better than to do that. So all of a sudden, my wife gets up and walks out.
Oh, boy.
Then all the women get up in solidarity, and they walk out. So I'm sitting here looking at all these guys, and I'm going, okay, guys, well, I'm going to go ahead and drive on, and this is going to be a very data-heavy presentation. And they're all going, yeah, data. So I start to talk. And all of a sudden, I'm facing this way, and the classroom ends up over here. So I turn and I start talking to all these guys over here, and it comes back over here, and it changes shape. So, it's a dream. It will do that. And then I'm talking, and it changes to this big concrete building with water on the inside, and there's a hallway over here and a hallway over here. And I'm looking forward, and all of a sudden, I see this red, green, and purple thing come flying across my face. And there's a guy standing down there doing fly casting. And he flips this lure across my face, and I'm not thinking, man, that guy almost hit me. I'm thinking, wow, that was a great cast, because it's still going. And then I wake up, and guys tend to look at what happens in their mind, the irrational stuff, and we try to come up with rational explanations for all of this.
Yes.
So I'm thinking about it, and why did all these weird things happen? And the reason is because social media is a lot like a dream. Yeah. When you start working on social media issues, weird things are going to happen. How many times have you seen something go viral on social media, where millions and millions of people start clicking on it, sharing it, and you're looking at it thinking, why? What color is that dress? Is it blue and gold, white and black?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Crazy.
And so people will start telling you that social media is the way to get your message out, that it's the most important thing that you've got to do. Now, Google has contributed to this, because what Google has done is they changed all their search algorithms. And what they do now is they use social signals to rank web content and to rank things. So Google is one of the chief offenders right now of how all this works. So I want to talk today about how to spread your messages on social media. I've got 4 principles that I want to discuss. If you look at a list of social media sites, this is the first page.
Wow.
And I pulled the font of all knowledge, which is Wikipedia, where everybody knows everything. And that's the second page. That's 207 social media sites.
Wow.
And that was dated about 6 years ago. So there are
there's
more and more. You absolutely cannot play on all those things. And I've never heard of some of these, okay? You've got Plurk, Mixi, Moko, Space, Moog. Some of them are in Chinese, some are in the Philippines.
Wow.
So the first principle is you have to pick your platform, and you have to figure out exactly where you're going to play. Now, there are ways that you can figure out what the best one is, and that's to start looking at the demographics. I'm going to caveat this here right now by saying if you want to write to me at michael@smartcut-solutions.com, I'll share my slides with you. I'll send them to you in a PDF or PowerPoint, because I know that white and blue is not as good a color combination as black on white.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's get that written down.
Yeah. But what I want you to notice here is the numbers of people who are actually using this. 58% of all adults use Facebook. That should give you a hint as to where you should focus most of your efforts. The second one is LinkedIn. Now, we have a good thing on LinkedIn in the mentoring vault. I'll give you that at the very end. Nate does it, Nate Woodbury, and I suggest that you go through and look at that as a good way to help you, because you can apply the same principles to every platform.
Where did you say Nate?
Nate Woodbury, it's in the mentoring vault.
Uh-huh.
It's
Oh, it's
on,
in there, okay.
yeah, and I'll put that up as the last slide.
Okay, good, thank you.
And you go in here to Twitter, 19%, and then Google Plus, who cares? Google is changing Google Plus, and they're doing it differently. So it doesn't really matter in my mind if you use Google Plus. Each one of these has a different kind of audience. Facebook now is the home of grandmothers, grandfathers, and parents. All the youth have gone off of Facebook, and they've gone to other places like Snapchat, Instagram,
Interesting.
yeah, places where it is
Wow.
immediate reinforcement. So they don't have the patience to do this, and they really don't want to be on Facebook with their grandmothers and their grandfathers sharing pictures and and talking about what they were like when they were 10 and 12 years old. So 31% of all seniors are also on Facebook. If we look at this as a market for Strongbrook, this is good news for us, because it is the people who have disposable income, who are looking for investments, they've got life experience. We can talk to them about the products that Strongbrook offers. So Facebook is a good platform for us. It's also the most addicting platform
Yes.
on the internet. People check Facebook at least 5 times a day. And Facebook encourages this because they have Facebook Messenger. They have other tools that will come into your inbox and your email and generate return visits back to Facebook. But there are ways that you should use this and engage with people on Facebook, and we'll get into that here in just a second. The second thing you need to do is, once you pick your platform, I use Facebook, Pinterest, Twitter, and Facebook again. So I have a couple of places on Facebook that I post in. And each one of those has, like I said, a different demographic. Facebook is older. Twitter is primarily internet marketers, and you use that mainly so you can just generate backlinks to other content you've posted elsewhere. Pinterest is primarily women. At a rate of 75 to 25% more women use Pinterest than men do, because they like the images, they like the short part of it, they like the visual nature of it. Men are coming there, but not in large numbers. Google Plus is used by professionals, mainly men, and mainly geeky computer guys like me. Okay, so if that's your market, that's great. But if you're looking for other people who might want to be mentored, that's not a good market for you. That's not a good place for you to go. LinkedIn is professionals, and it's similar to the Facebook audience, but it's still primarily men. So when you get a platform and you figure out the one that you want to use, practice it and get good at it. All right? Don't try to spread yourself over multiple platforms. Go to Facebook, read about it, and play with it and figure it out. Then go to Pinterest, then go to Twitter or LinkedIn and do them successively. Then once you figure out what you want to do, and the ones you want to do, you want to spend your time on, automate it with different tools. I want to cover about 4 or 5 tools here that I use, because once you learn how to use some of these tools, you can then, and some of these systems, you can then take one piece of content and spread it over these multiple networks in different fashion so that you're maximizing your exposure. And you don't necessarily have to waste your time doing specific content for Facebook, specific content for Twitter. You can just modify it a little bit. So here are the tools that I use. The first 2 that I use for content, things that I want to share that are cool, real estate ideas or mentoring ideas, or here's how the human mind works, here's why guys try to make sense out of irrational things. I look at Sway, SWAYY, in Google Alerts. The nice thing with both of those is you sign up for the site, you go in and you enter your search terms and the things you're interested in, and then they will send you emails on a daily basis of things that crop up on the internet. So you don't have to go look for them. They automatically run it. They send it to you. It comes into your inbox. Then we'll talk about memes and scheduling here in just a minute. So here's what an email looks like when it comes to you on Sway. It'll have the graphic here so you can see what the featured image is. It'll have a little bit of a summary here, and it'll have a share button that you can use to post that onto different social networks. Very efficient. It gives you 10 or so articles in a day or in each email. And so I set mine up for a day. And then you can turn around and share that with people. And you don't have to share all that content. This helps you filter it. So instead of looking at a bunch of different websites, you look at one email, you have 1 or 2 articles, and then you share that with people you like. Here's what Google Alerts looks like. Same thing. This is my Google inbox, my Gmail inbox. And I have searched on WordPress plus security, and it gives me a listing of articles that I can then go through and I can find and I can share with people. Because one of the things that I like to do is talk about how important it is to protect yourself on the internet. Another thing that people like are called memes. This is called, if you go to Pablo, search for Pablo, it's on buffer.com, B-U-F-F-E-R. I don't know how many of you have seen these little quote images where you've got the background and it's got a nice little quote and it's got who it is, and you can click this on Twitter. These are shareable, shared more than probably any other piece of content. Nice thing about this is you can create your own. So you pick your image, you enter your quote, you enter your text, you save it, you click a button, and it goes to a bunch of different places.
Is that a free site or a?
It's free. It's free.
Wow.
Yes. Everything I'm talking about here is free.
Wow.
And I have used other things that are paid, and this is just as good. Okay. So Pablo by Buffer.
Thank you. Question.
Yes.
Can you use the picture for the different quote?
Yeah. It's got 3 things on here you can change. You can change the image, you can change the text of the quote, you can change the author, and then you can change the font. And I mean, if you want to make it different fonts, you can do that. if you like bling, I mean, you can bling it up as much as you want.
I want to use the Content Creator Network quotes.
Yes. Yes, and you pull quotes from here. I have one I pulled from Gerald Rogers last time where he said stress is a choice, and I use his name. Yeah, threw it up there. This is Buffer app. This is the same people that do Pablo. The neat thing about this is it's a tool that goes into your browser. So as you're browsing the internet and you find this web page that says 11 new shocking media statistics, you click this little button up. This up, you write in your comment that you want to make, or it will pre-populate it. You hit go, and it sends it to Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Google+. So you don't have to do it. And the neat thing about Buffer is that you can go in when you sign up, and you can set up your own scheduling. So I schedule all my posts. It just lines up all the stuff you want to post. It schedules it at 7, at 9, at 11, and at 3. That's East. Those are Mountain times, but it will send it by Eastern time. Each one of these platforms has a different time where they're active and where people really enjoy getting on it. So Facebook is active in the morning in the Eastern time and in the evening Eastern time. Pinterest is all day. Twitter is also different. So again, you can set that up. Free tool. Another free tool, Buffer. The last one is you need to engage. When you talk to people on social media, don't try to sell them all the time. Try to mix it up so that 1 out of every 5 posts is a sales post. But the rest of that, you need to talk to them and say, look, this is great content. Are you interested in real estate? Go look at this article and tell me what you think. Do you like these quotes? Go look at that. Tell me what you think. Share it and come back. It's not supposed to be a sales fest. It's supposed to be social. Finally, here's Nate's course, Overnight Marketing Genius. This is in the vault. He talks about engagement, and that's why I put this up here. He doesn't know that I'm going to do this. The principles that he uses in the last 2 videos are applicable to any other social media network that you use, and I strongly suggest you go look at that and sign up for his course. Questions? Okay, Michael at smartcut-solutions.com. I'll send you my slides. I'll send you it as a PDF or as a PowerPoint, and then you can do with it as you desire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give Michael one more round of applause.
It is a dash, not an underscore.
Yes, this is a dash, sorry.
Just make sure people are not frustrated trying to.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have just a little 5-minute break. Give you guys a chance to stretch your legs a little bit, grab some snacks. You can use the restroom, whatever. And then when we come back, we're gonna have Julia, and she's gonna be I'm gonna act out Julia so that when we get started, you can just come up and get started.
Yeah.
So Julia, I'm excited to have her here. I've watched her since she came into the Strongbrook.
baby.
Yeah, we know each other back in Mary Kay. So, but I've watched her since she started in Strongbrook, and when it was just real estate, they've invested in property. She's been really successful with that. Had some people join her team, but as soon as the Conscious Creator mentoring, I just saw a huge her passion and her. Will you grab that? Thanks. He was under time. Woo! And just really move forward. And so I asked her, asked Julia if she would share how to lead with your passion, because now we have real estate, we've got the entrepreneurship with the referral program, then we have the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. And I know some people here and some people on watching this might still be a little bit confused about what product would be the best one for them to lead with. And so I asked her if she would kind of share how she was able to shift so quickly and just jump into that, and now is growing a huge team in the mentoring network. So thanks, Julia.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, let's go to break. Thank you.
So this isn't .com, that's not an email address, so where do we send that?
It's Michael.
Michael.solutions.com.
Oh,
That's
okay,
the address that makes it an email.
okay.
Social media PPP is PowerPoint, it's a PowerPoint.
So I know we had a little
So sure.
bit, there was like a glare on the TV screen on the,
I just moved.
okay, that was different. So now you
I just
spend
moved.
time digging around. Okay.
Probably
Well,
that's
probably better.
But it took me a long time to
Just
figure out
took
where
us
to
there.
spend time.
Can they see now?
But
Okay.
it was like I would get on and it would be overwhelming because there's so much. And so,
Did you have others who, ideas off each other?
We've been to most every fast track that they've had, and we've made it a point to come to meetings. So I've just, as people have done things on fast track, yeah. I think he had a like work.
Yeah, as I said, I moved it so we could see people.
Yeah, I want to see this on this screen.
Yeah, so I moved it.
So yeah, anyway, it was just
Is that okay?
watching
Yep.
everyone
Is that
out
okay?
there.
I'm not gonna use
Situations,
the
and they would say, this is where this is at. So then I would, I just post and post and post and post, and there's so much there that it's like, these people don't know where to start. And so I decided, you know what are the most important things I want my people to know about? And with the change in the platform, so much easier, because those videos are built into the site. Oh, and that's one thing I didn't say. There is one opportunity video that you guys need to be careful of once we go international, because it's got like the American flag and it talks about recreating America back to what it was. And so
Might not be your best choice.
well, yeah, I mean, it's just
In some way.
be aware of what those videos are. But I think it's on the opportunity site when that one comes up, I think.
Hopefully they'll be aware of that and switch it out.
I've communicated it to Christine, but I don't know how, important it is compared to everything else that they're trying to
We're
get
got so
done.
many things, it's just, you gotta look.
Have you guys seen
the platform for the mobile app yet?
No.
I went in there the other day when they were working on that, and it is gonna be so cool. It's just, it looks awesome.
They getting close.
They're getting close. I mean, they showed
Shoot
me,
for the end of the month.
they're shooting for the end of the month, so they showed me, you know, several things on it. It's like, totally cool.
Awesome, yeah. When I talked to Kevin, he
Are they
said,
going to do one short video a day, or are they going to have multiple selections? You know?
There's the opening screen, you have like, can't remember, it was like 9 different choices.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
I just got to see a little bit of it. They were working and I didn't want to take very much of their time asking them to explain it. But they were pretty jazzed about the, you know, the design and stuff. So they were like, look at this, look at this. Yeah, so it's, yeah, it's getting close.
fantastic.
I liked your presentation.
Oh,
That's good. It
was very helpful. Make sure it's still on the screen.
Well, it's just, like I said, we were involved in Strongbrook before.
Sorry,
You can look this side.
I know what I'm doing. I know
Good
what
idea.
I'm
So you don't have to
doing.
walk across the screen.
And that's all, and I've never done network marketing before, and so that was
Well,
Age you with it.
I don't know.
My mind-
You're gonna
I'm not
you're gonna end
using
up
this.
walking across. She's not doing that.
I'm now creating.
You're not using it.
Yeah.
So
The metric
Yeah,
count,
that's like
Say
if I
something,
have to go,
she
because I'm in a better mind.
Yeah, then you'll have to walk across it anyway, so I think I'll be on the side.
I don't understand what you're doing. What's going on?
Oh,
I think we should move it back.
whatever.
I'm not using the screen.
Okay, so are you a member that wasn't familiar or?
He went to Wylene to manifest now on
Oh,
this last one.
Well, I'm just looking at my
screen, right?
I don't, like, I want people to be able to
Sit
sit
around
around.
doing this.
Oh, yeah, you need to.
So I just,
We can't see it on there, she can use it in class.
Okay.
So if
my husband and I have
Where
done
you are,
around
you
world
go
finance.
back there.
I like you,
Well,
we're kind
I
of
guess
like.
first question is, this is the event first.
Yeah.
Does it come out right side up?
When we all
yeah,
sit
yeah,
inside.
Okay. Yeah, I just had it where I wanted it. So,
Okay.
so it's-
No problem.
yeah, it's just right over here. Is that way they can see it? As like,
Yes.
I'm kind of right in the middle and then it's right to the
Outside.
side. Right. There are a lot of
It's
people
just that
who subscribe.
when
They're like,
people
"Oh, I need to
list
do
of
it."
things and
It's so
Wylene comes
busy
up and
and-
walks behind them.
And maybe I won't need to do that
Yeah.
anymore.
Oh, you won't need to do that.
Oh, they're
Not
too
good.
busy.
So-
No,
Won't invite
I'm
either.
like, I'm not like,
Oh,
it's the right time in my life. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to not call it, it's called the empty nest almost syndrome.
Yeah, I
not
think
the-
This could totally, right, totally, my baby finished her freshman year in
A
college.
little bit more that way.
You know, just a few weeks ago.
There you go.
And she's
All right.
going into MTC July 1st.
I think that, yeah.
That's how I'm trying to see
the TV, you know.
Don't need to see that.
In fact, I want the, Wylene, can you black that out?
It's the,
I can
we
back
were
to the
sort of
empty
the empty nesters, but now we're sort of not doing this. Yeah. So. I'm Sherry, by the way.
Sorry, my,
So you're a health coach, does that mean you're a trainer or do you have a?
I work with the shape of.
Okay.
I like it. I'm open and just checking out, see what else is out there.
I think Conscious Creative Vision Network was having loved so many different things, just because there are so many fear-based things in my life, that has changed so much over the last. We're involved in this Creative Vision Network. That literally was one of these, we were involved in it, and that is, it's, you know, totally different. I was, a year and a half ago, and I
We're bringing it
about
to.
2 years about that 2 months. Nothing happened.
Joined a little bit.
It's really great. So
September.
in January
Like
this
about
year, I
September.
did a
People
EP,
drive.
Never give it.
Yeah. Well, I joined the match. I joined a little bit in September.
The trainer that,
Yeah.
so the trainer that I had, was
I like real estate.
this, the coach, two of the coaches that were involved in this contest. One of the gals.
And you go there all the time.
Michael?
Which one resonates with you?
Did you get to listen to anything? Any of the radio shows?
Okay, so.
Oh, yes, I'm gonna, the radio shows, no, not
Okay.
yet.
Gerald will be on in 2 weeks.
Has he been recorded yet, or is it?
No.
No, they're
We'll do it.
recorded. Good, he leaves for Nepal Sunday, so.
And then.
Okay.
His brother works with the orphanage over there, and we had a big benefit concert last night. So they're going over to see what they can do to help out. Oh, it'll be right after you can ask them.
I'm done all this business.
There'll be some fun stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I'm excited to listen to your radio show, though.
Thank you.
It's on the list of things.
It's just that I think that-
Trying to come up for air right now.
Take it with you to the gym. It's on
I got
iTunes.
really
Download it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Awesome. It's nice not heard Gary and Carolyn's either.
Well, they're coming on Wednesday.
Are they?
Yeah.
But he's got his radio thing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I haven't heard
But it's all
that.
about,
Yep, trying to fit everything in right now.
messages that we need to give
Mine's gonna-
ourselves when we're.
It's very unconventional here.
So, but we're gonna do. a
That's good.
workshop, June 27th here, where we actually create our own soul books. So she's got videos on how to put it together. It's not. It's statements and reminders.
Must not have seen the last.
She has
original
her
word.
PDF stuff is like
They must have gotten.
different statements that you can get up and. It's just a. There's a lot of content in there to absorb and think about.
Try to keep it under 15.
No, I
got
got
to make sure
I
I'm
catching
catching
But I like the just because it's a physical manifestation.
That's why, that's
How much belief systems and teaching. I think it'll be just fun.
I think it's more I love when people are.
Wow.
Last time I had my paper, and I was trying to make sure every time I want to go.
I teach also. I teach other things that I have to learn about myself.
You'll love this one, and because it's like it's you might not, but it's cut out.
Pearson's. You guys learn some of the same stuff.
So it's just some cardboard glued together, or taped together, and paper or fabric, cover it.
I don't know you. What is it?
Montage kind of stuff.
Great.
Just
Hey, Greg. I'm Julia Graydon.
Nice to meet you.
It's my husband, Bill.
Oh,
Yeah, I just haven't seen you here before.
first time.
Oh, first time, great.
Well, I'll meet you.
Great. And who are you working with?
Dustin.
Dustin, Christensen, love him.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
great. So have you did some state stuff with him?
Starting to.
Great, and we've done a lot of different things over the years, but
Yeah.
he's really fun.
We're signing in.
It's been fun to watch him build his team and just kind of involve the Strongbrook a little bit.
Okay.
Great.
That should be good.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, great company.
I want to hear what she has to say.
She's gonna.
I'm excited. How are you promoting mentorship? I've been in the mentor.
One year ago today, look how little he was.
That's what I'm gonna be talking about, but it's gonna come as, it's gonna be very unconventional.
That's okay.
Non-structured.
I'm not seeing lipstick this time.
That was pretty funny.
Carolyn Edwards' husband's getting
Well,
a
the dumb thing was that
good report on
I
his cancer.
like said it was funny, I shouldn't have said anything about it,
Let's try it again.
the funny part. Like, I should have just said the story without having the expectation of it being funny.
She had lipstick on her fingers, and it melted or whatever.
Yeah, on my hands when I was getting my hair ready for the day to come here to do fast talk last time.
Okay, about 30 more seconds, then we'll give Julia the floor.
Hair and all of a sudden there's
How are you loading better?
her face on my hand, so I just decided.
But this one, she emailed it to me.
Just make it work, make it work.
So
So
I
I frosted it.
Bring it on purpose, I didn't know how we were going about that.
So you just did it.
I'll just talk. I know it's visual aids.
Tell me if I'm too close or far away, or is this okay?
That looks great.
Okay.
Give Julia a round of applause.
Are we on?
We are on.
We are on. Good afternoon. Is it morning still? Afternoon. Good morning. I'm Julia Green, and my husband and I have been in Strongbrook, the mother company of all these wonderful products, for about 1.5 years. And today I am going to speak to you in a little less conventional manner. In fact, I will say I was laying out my clothes last night of what I was going to wear today. And typically I wear, a suit jacket and some nice pantsuit. I worked in an administrative office for 28 years, so I always wear suits and dressed a little bit more formally. But today I felt inspired to put on my little leopard Jaguar. I call it Jaguar because when I was growing up, I had a cat, a Siamese cat, and his name was Jaguar. And I loved my Siamese cat. He taught me how to love, and he was my comfort all my life, and I love my Jaguar. And I've always loved the beauty of leopards and jaguars and tigers and lions and the beautiful cats. And in a couple of weeks, my husband and I are going to Africa. Now, why are we going to Africa? Because we were blessed to meet Ann Webb, who has the Ideal Life Vision, which is one of the mentors on the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. And as we met Ann and some of the Maasai warriors that she and her team brought over here from Africa, we learned that she was taking another trip in June. So we felt like it was our calling to go with Ann to Africa. And so in celebration of that, and to represent the animal kingdom and this trip to Africa, I wore my African garb. So yeah, getting in the spirit here. So what does that all represent? For me, it represents passion, my passion, one of my passions. All my life, I have wanted to travel. I've wanted to travel the world and see the world. When I was a single mother for many, many years, 13 years, I was living off of, a very meager salary and did not have the means to meet some of those dreams. And I actually didn't really know what my dreams were or know what my passion was. People would talk about what are your dreams and what are your goals, and I was just trying to survive and make enough money to feed my children and keep them in school and their activities. And so, but I began working with some mentors, and that was a group called Life Imagination. And during that period, I started learning that it is possible to dream and to imagine something greater than what I already had. And I started discovering that as I would imagine, and I'm going to share with you some visual aids because I love visual aids. This little book is by James Christensen. James Christensen lives in my neighborhood, and he is an incredible artist, world-renowned. And he is very good at imagination and training the imagination. And if those of you who know his artwork, he wrote this little personal journal thing about imagination. And So I love to explore imagination and to create. And so I had many dreams of, as I started learning how to use my imagination, I had many things I wanted to create in my life. And I started putting pictures on the wall of cabins and dreaming of, having financial freedom. I wanted to do real estate. But as a single mom, I almost bought a condo and a home, a rental property several times, but was scared to death in the end when it came down to it of making a mistake and not knowing really the ins and outs. And I knew I needed more for my retirement, more for my future, but I was just scared to really do it. Okay, so years down the road, 8 years ago, I was blessed to meet my husband, Bill, who's here today, and we married. And so life shifted a little bit, and I continued working at BYU, but my husband ended up being home and needing to quit his practice of medicine. And a couple of years later, he broke his neck and had a lot of physical challenges. And so I decided after 28 years of working that I would quit my job and be home with my husband. And so though we were okay, this idea came back of real estate. Maybe, we could do something with real estate. So it just so happens that a really good friend of mine named Cindy introduced us to Strongbrook, and we went to a grand opening and learned about the real estate company and the real estate opportunity. As a result of that, my husband and I looked into Strongbrook and ended up being investors. We now have 6 homes, in fact, after a year and a half, and that has turned out to be a fabulous addition to our retirement income that will set us financially free. So check that one's off the list, right? Financial freedom. We shared this message with many people and went to tons of training, tons of meetings, lots of events. We shared it, but it doesn't resonate with everyone because not everyone's in a position or in the mindset of an abundance mindset. It takes a shift in mindset to be open to real estate and to being set financially free. Okay, so going back, okay, I've got my own financial freedom now in the works, but I was finding that the real power in my life, as Chris Crone will also attest to, is not the tool or the product that sets you financially free necessarily. It was the mentorship and the mindset that got us ready to be open to the abundance and the prosperity. So I want to just throw something out to you, because as I found my passion, I've had a lot of thoughts. I wanted to talk about what does that look like to you? Fire. Oh. Okay. It looks like a peacock. It kind of looks like a peacock, huh?
Water lily.
Water lily. Well, you know what's interesting about this is supposed to be kind of a campfire flame, but the word in Italian is fiore for flower.
Oh, I was
and oh, it adds an O in there, and to me that's kind of like the sun. Okay. So the sun, I was thinking about this the last couple of days. I am a visionary. I am definitely not an oracle or a warrior. I can be a warrior mode or a healer, but I am a visionary. Gerald Rogers is a visionary. He's an artist, and James Christensen's a visionary. And I love to, I tend to bounce around a little bit in my thoughts, but I love to create and to connect the dots on a lot of different ideas. And I love to share through visual aids. Fire. So I was thinking about what lights my fire? What got me on fire with the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network? Okay, first of all, before we started investing in homes, we read The Conscious Creator that Chris Crone wrote. That book changed our lives because it set in motion the putting into practice the 6th and 7th, there's a 7th law, but in the book it talks about the 6 laws of conscious creation. After we read that book, we came back, we started investing in properties. It shifted our mindset. That was the beginning. It helped us to see the importance of learning the principles and of not just mindset, but of mentorship. Chris Crone became an incredible mentor for us. And I started thinking about all the mentors I've had in my life. When I was about 25 years ago or so, I was introduced to Tony Robbins. He became a mentor. Wayne Dyer became a mentor. These people that planted those little seeds of possibility in my mind that helped me to dream, that helped me to imagine. Those mentors, and I thought of the teachers that I've had in my life, the professors at BYU, the personal people in my life that had made such a difference. And these were people that lit the fire. We ended up mentoring with Chris for 6 months with a group. That mentorship was very powerful. When Chris and Carolyn Norris and the leadership of Strongbrook came out with the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network as a subscription model, something that anyone could have access to, not paying $10,000 like we've done, and or $15,000 or $50,000, like so many people, for great mentorship. When this came out as a possibility, it really lit my fire and it created passion. So what is it that lights your fire? And that's what I want to throw out to you. What is it that you're passionate about? That's what you want to lead with. When we started leading with the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, we started sharing this because what was the difference in sharing this versus real estate? The difference was, this is where my heart was. My heart. It was getting out of my head, trying to explain real estate, trying to explain, facts and figures and all this can help you. It's getting in your heart energy. Find what resonates with you in your heart energy. And it's easy to share that. That's all there is to it. If you're passionate about real estate and you love that and it resonates with you, lead with that. If you're passionate about mentorship and specific aspects of mentorship, I'm passionate about health and wellness. So is my husband. And we are bringing into our team people that do health and wellness mentoring and emotional wellness. And there are so many areas of wellness that help people. Find something you're passionate about. For me, another passion that I have that lights my fire is helping people with transformation. I love butterflies. And I love to dream and create vision boards. And this is one that I created that represents travel and a house and being set free and all of these things. I love gratitude. I have this little sign that I got from a mentor. It's my gratitude sign that I keep in my shower, and I have it taped in there. And every morning when I see this in my shower, it says, "It's time for your gratitude shower." I learned that from a mentor, okay? Mentorship is powerful. It's life-changing. It's transformational. It takes us from cocoons and being stuck in mucusy type glue, quicksand, ickiness. It takes us to a higher level of being, a higher level of consciousness. It allows us to be who we are, to have power. When we're empowered and we love ourselves and we truly have our fire lit because we find our passion, and it's so important to look for it and discover it and find it. When we find that, that's when we can make a difference in the world. Last night I went to a benefit concert where Gerald Rogers and his brother put on, in 2 weeks, they put on a fabulous event because the children in Nepal that are at an orphanage that his brother had worked at for years, Their orphanage was completely destroyed by the earthquake, and they are living in tents right now, and there's a great need to raise $150,000. And as I learned of this, I gathered together items, and I went up and participated in the silent auction, and I listened to beautiful music, and I gave back, and I want to go to Nepal now, you know, and that's where my heart energy is. And I just know that when we find our passion, and my passion is growing, and as I give, okay, I want to throw this out to you. The sun has solar passion. What does the sun give us? The sun is able to give. The sun is able to give to every person on this planet. The sun has light and energy and warmth and vitamins, and the sun itself is a being of passion. And we all revolve around the sun. And you can be a sun for your universe, your galaxy. You can be the sun. And as you find your light and your warmth and your heart and your passion, you can be that sun that radiates out to everyone around you. And I believe that the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network is a huge tool to allow us to become the powerful people that we are inside. And I know that when you find your passion and you lead with that, that's what's going to influence and help you be enthusiastic and bless so many other people. And that's why I'm leading with the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, because it allows me to spread my wings and to fly and to share light and love. And I know that's kind of like a butterfly all over the place, but that's my passion.
I'm so glad that I asked you to share this. This was very powerful. I just wanted to point out to those of you who maybe didn't catch it, she said that Julia and Bill have 6 properties, and they've achieved that level of financial. And how many of you have ever said at some point in your Strongbrook life, when I get properties, I'll be able to share this a lot better. When I am successful, I'll be able to do this so much better. That was such a powerful confirmation right there to me that it doesn't take that. What it takes is being passionate about something, to have your heart in it. And when you're passionate about it and you have your heart in it, you can share, and it really doesn't matter. So thank you so much for sharing that. Where's the marker? These markers? Yeah. Okay, awesome. I get to share a little bit about what the sweet spot in the compensation plan is. And I'm not going to get the compensation plan up here and go through it and how it works and all that kind of stuff. You have customer support, which is support. I'll write that up here. At Strongbrook Direct.com. So if you have specific questions about the compensation plan, that's who you need to call, because they know everything. And so,
the number that's on the website all over
yes,
is the Strongbrook Direct number.
Yes. So if you just go to strongbrook.com, the number that's at the top, because if you go to your own, it's going to be your phone number at the top. But if you go to strongbrook.com, the customer support's number is at the top, which didn't used to be that way.
And when you drill into the websites from the back office, it'll say need help, like on the IBD training.
Cool.
Need help, and it's got the Strongbrook
I didn't
Direct.
realize that. That's awesome. Yeah, so they're making it a lot easier for us to get a hold of them now. So I think that's awesome. So if you have specific questions about that, and the class that Sherry did was great, to show you where to find the compensation plan and the per product, how many OCV and PCV and all of that you get with each product that you sell. So my job right now is to actually show you where the sweet spot is. And so you can be able to pick kind of where you want to be and what you need to do to get there. So I'm going to list a couple things up here. A few things up here, and then you can actually see what's available to you and maybe some money that you're leaving on the table. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the $35,000 check. How many of you would love to get one of those? Me too. I think we have about 41 credits, and so we're getting actually pretty close. So I'm excited about that. So what it takes, and as I go through this is my numbers that I've kind of figured out. And again, go back to the compensation plan and everything if you have questions, or if you're like, I don't know how that works, or I don't know, whatever. I'm not here to explain to you about the compensation plan. I'm just going to tell you what it takes to get there. So what I figured out for me is 13 investors on 3, I'm going to call them legs or teams. Okay, so what that means is the average investor purchases 2 properties a year. So you times that by 2, you've got 26 times your 3 legs, and that equals 78 credits. So I know that there are people who have, had their 75 home credits and they didn't get their $35,000 check because they had one team that was extremely heavy on home credits and then the other 2 that weren't. And so they had sometimes, over 100 credits before they actually finally got their $35,000 check. So I personally don't waste any of my credits. And so this is how I figured out would be the best way for me to start working towards that $35,000 check. So investors could be anybody that is, interested in investing in properties, whether they have the ability to do it right now, maybe they're starting with the map and they're kind of gradually getting there, or even the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network. We're finding that a lot of people are, once they get into it, they're like, oh, you guys do real estate too? And so then they start getting involved in that. So, just gathering people and just inviting them to join your team, but just having that, and what you track is what you attract. And so if you, have a thing that you're tracking, 3 teams, and have 13 people, within each team that's buying properties, then you're going to get there. The other thing that you want to start growing is your IBD team. So you've got investors right here, and then you also want to grow IBDs. And most of the time, these are both. Most people do actually do the referral program as well, not always. But you want to continue growing your team. And what this does is it gives you relationship capital, and it duplicates you. So it allows you to be able to go beyond just your current group of people that you know. And as you start growing your team, then your team of IBDs is going to go out to their team, and they're going to start, bringing in investors and everything. So that just helps to take you that one, that step further, that much faster. The next thing that I recommend my team that they do is start as a fast start IBD, which means that you join at $4.99. So you are purchasing either the real estate package or the Conscious Creator Mentoring package to begin your, that's the first product that you purchase, and then doing your $99 a month. So if you do that, that's called a fast start IBD. And what is significant about that? Who knows what happens when you have a fast start IBD? Join your team.
You get an extra $500 after.
Right. So with one, you get $125.
Right.
Okay. So if they just join and they're just on the network, or they're just doing the $99 and $19.95 a month, you don't receive any commissions on that. The $99 a month, you do the $28 a month, but you don't get anything up front. But if they do the $4.99, you're going to receive a $125 commission on that product that they purchase right out the gate. And then when you do four in a quarter, 4 in 3 months.
Wait, but it is a
calendar quarter.
quarter.
It's a calendar quarter, so it's January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So make sure you track that. And when you have 4 people join within your quarter, then what do you get?
$500 bonus.
$500 bonus. Okay, now it's just a $500 bonus. It's not like every 4 person, you know, every 4 you don't get it's just $500 total for the whole quarter. Okay, you got that?
But you can repeat it every quarter.
You can repeat it every quarter. So that would be $2,000 at the end of the year that you would get.
And the thing that's important here is that coming in at $499,
Mhm.
they automatically get more levels that they get to count.
Right.
Whereas if they only come in at $99, they only get commissions on their first level.
Right.
And so it's not just benefiting me, it's really benefiting the people I'm bringing in.
Right. So your sweet spot, you coming in at $499, that's one of the very, most important benefits is right immediately you qualify for 4 levels D. So if you have somebody join and they just start recruiting like crazy or, bringing in investors like crazy, you don't want to miss out on that. And so starting out at the $499 yourself. And then the other thing is example. One of the things that has been really powerful for me personally, as I share with people, is I tell them how I started. And, if you can share with them how you got started, and even if you started, say you started at $99 and $19.95 a month, and within 30 days, you really worked your butt off and, got upgraded to the $499, you can share that with people. And so, just showing them that you feel like that's important will help them to feel confident to go ahead and do that too. The other thing that is exciting about this is that you get that education package. You get the Conscious Creator mentoring, the book and the posters and the journal and all of that, or you get the what comes with the map, the real estate education package. So you're getting yourself educated, so you are able to actually go out and start sharing with people a little bit quicker. And then active status, the $99 a month keeps you active. And that, until you get your 3 and free, it's the easiest way to keep you active and actually getting paid. Okay. All right. So the next thing that I recommend to be able to take advantage of all the money that's on the table here at Strongbrook is to work with your coach. Now, if you, so this is on the investing side. And so if you're a MAP, then right now that's going to be Chris Milliner. And if you are, if you have a transactional professional services agreement, either the Essentials, Empowerment, or the Elite, then you're going to have a personal project manager that's assigned to you. And so work with them. When my husband and I started, we were calling him every week. We were either meeting with him or calling him to get ourselves prepared to buy our first property. And we got started in our first property within 6 months of joining Strongbrook. And when we joined Strongbrook, we were $1,800 in the hole every single month when we paid bills. Mm-hmm. So no matter where you're at, if you work with your coach, you can get yourself prepared to start investing in properties. So that's another thing that you don't want to leave on the table, is that opportunity to start investing as quick as possible. And then also, as was mentioned by Julia, who was it? Somebody said getting on the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network a half an hour a day. I think that was you, Sherry. Sure. Or no, whoever. Yes. We all believe it. Yeah. So that's another way to not leave money on the table, is getting yourself prepared. All right. So let's see. We talked about that. Okay. So the sweet spot for me within the compensation plan is sales supervisor. And so that is the only position that I really talk about within my team. Those who want to move up, is I just kind of put that out there. That's your goal, is to be a sales supervisor. So just in lieu of, because we're kind of short on time, I'll just share with you what the things that are awesome about that. $1,000 bonus when you become a sales supervisor. Did you guys know that? $1,000 bonus. And then everybody above that person, so say I'm a sales supervisor and Brady on my team becomes a sales supervisor, then he would receive a $1,000 bonus. I receive a I would receive a $1,000 bonus too. And then somebody above me would receive a $750 bonus. So I can't remember how that breaks down exactly, but so this is you becoming a sales supervisor, and you either get 1,000 or 750 for everybody up above, okay? That is a sales supervisor already. So that's another reason that you want to get there, so that as people start coming up on your team, you might recruit somebody that's better than you, and you want to make sure you have that opportunity to receive those commissions as those people come up. Okay, and then eventually you want to grow to sales manager, which is, I'm running out of ink. Sales manager, and that is 5, to me, in my mind, this works out to 5 sales supervisors. So I want to build 5 of my leaders to sales supervisors, so I reach that sales manager position. And the sales manager, at that position, you receive everything else that you receive on every other level, plus 2% override on everybody.
Now that's cool.
Isn't that cool? That's for infinity.
That's awesome.
So that is a huge, that's where I'm going. That's
Do we
where
have
I'm
anyone that's made that already?
What are Gary and Carolyn? I don't know what they are.
Of course, Mike Driggers and.
Yeah, Mike and Ryan are probably
Ryan
there,
are
I'm guessing. So I don't know for sure.
Carolyn,
Good question. They might be.
close to that.
So just one other thing that I want to share with you, that I'm sure all of you are aware of this on a superficial level, but I want you to get aware of it on a heart level, that we get paid weekly. And how many of you, if you worked a full-time job somewhere and you got paid weekly, would just say, oh, it's okay, I don't need a paycheck this week? If there's money available every single week, you need to be coming over here and picking a check up every single week. So, or getting one in the mail. And so my challenge to you is to set goals weekly. You know, it's great to have a monthly goal. It's great to have an annual goal, you know, what I want to do for the year or whatever. Break it down and figure out what you need to do on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, to create that weekly income for yourself. And that's all I have. So thank you. And next, I think, Dawn, are you next, right? Okay, I just pushed, you just like slide
I did it.
Okay, thanks. All right. And thank you. All of our speakers have stayed on time.
Yes.
It's so exciting. We're actually a teeny bit ahead of schedule, so I'm excited about that. And we will have a time for question and answers. So if you guys, you know, as you come up with questions, maybe have a little separate section on your paper where you want to, you know, so when we go to break next time or something, we'll do some question and answers. I got to meet Vaughn a few weeks ago, and we were Facebook friends. And then we got to meet a few weeks ago at the mastermind, whatever it was, and got to know each other a little bit better. And I'm really excited to have Vaughn be one of our presenters today. He came up and shared with me a couple of ideas that I'm going to let him share that I think will really impact your business. And these are things that are outside of the Strongbrook model, you know, thing that we have in the back office and stuff. These are just things that he's the linchpin and has created himself. And so would you bring Vaughn up to the big round of applause?
Thank you. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am really tickled to be here. I'm thankful to be part of Strongbrook, and I'm grateful to be here this morning, and I'm really grateful you're here too, because my life experience has taught me several things. I'm roughly twice as old as most of you. I'll be 83.
Oh,
my
heck.
No way.
In another,
That's amazing.
in another 14 years.
Oh, okay. That was good.
All right.
Oh, my God.
That was good.
Why are we in business? When you think about it, why really are we in business? What is it that we want? That's the question that people we talk with about the business are going to be asking too. Of course, you want to profit. But in this business, we also want, and especially in the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network, we want to change the world. In fact, we are maybe more than conscious creators, we may be conscientious creators or conscience-driven creators. And you've seen some of that this morning. But let's talk about business cards. Good old boxes of these. Primitive technology, right? But they're still used, except by the very youngest generation who click it into their iPhone. But why do we consciously create these?
To connect with people?
Okay, it's a connector. And how much do they cost?
You can get them free.
You can get them free. You can get them $10, $20. You can spend 80, 100, $200 for various kinds of cards. And we need to consider the cost of the time it takes to create them, as well as the cash. But what info do you want to put on your credit, on your card to give out to people? Some people will put their life story on there. I have a friend here who just simple thing is his name, his address, and his phone number. Doesn't say what business he's in, doesn't give his email address, nothing about the modern kinds of things of contacting, but it identifies who he is. And it has one other good thing about this card that I'll show you in just a moment. The cards you print, do you want them to be fancy? Do you want them all the glossy ones, or do you want the matte finish where you can write on them? Here's one. I'm not making fun of anybody. I won't even show you the name, but here's a card that would be very hard to write on for him if he were giving me something, or for me if I were writing something on it, because it's a glossy card. So just a hint, a word to the wise, you probably want to use the very simplest, plainest kind, because you can leave extra information on there as you are trading information with them. Okay, what is the purpose of a business card? And this is the key point that I would like to leave with you today. The very main point of a business card is one thing. What is that? What if I just take these cards and I just hand them out to anybody and everybody? Now you guys, you might value it a little bit more because we're business together. But what about if I'm handing them out at anywhere and everywhere? What happens? How many cards are in here? There's 500 cards in the box. These are other people's cards. It came with my cards originally, but all these are other people. Of these 500 people, how many do you think have contacted me since they gave me their card? 10?
20 maybe.
Okay, 10 to 15 is about what I estimate. So it's right in there, maybe 2, 3, 4% of the 500 people that gave me their card. Okay. Will that happen if you just hand out cards? Would you follow up on them? Knowing what we know, what we've learned this morning, you'd probably want to follow up on them. So what a business card is a trading card. The most important purpose of a business card is for you to trade with other people. So there's my simple card. Easy to write on. It has one new thing on the back. because this is the new thing, and I've just been happily told that Strongbrook is going to start using QR codes on a lot of things. So this is something, if you want to come up, if you put them on your phone, come scan this in, and you've got not me, you've got the website that is on the front. And that is the other thing that I do, that is my verbal business card. Why would you need a verbal business card? When you're sitting in the steam room at the spa, it's hard to have a business card you can hand out. When you're at the grocery store, at church, or somewhere, you might not have your business cards with you, or you might be out of them. So a good business card is one that they can remember easily. If you look at, there's 2 web addresses on here. Do you want to read those?
Airquality.com and ccmentoring.com.
CC Mentoring. Airquality.com will go to my Strongbrook website. And if you go on there, you could actually enroll and you're in my team. The CC Mentoring is one that you can use yourself. That takes you to the Conscious Creator Mentoring.com, but it's a whole lot easier than trying to tell somebody that long name and have them spell conscious correctly. So ccmentoring.com, and you're welcome to use it. It may change from time to time as Strongbrook changes the destination, the content of Conscious Creative Mentoring.com. But that's something that you're welcome to use. I know my team uses it. The one other thing, who controls, once I've given away 500 cards or any card, who controls if they've given me a card, I will contact them, that I will offer to serve them in some way.
You do.
You control it. You can control that. You have no control over whether they will call you. They were very interested, perhaps, if you met them at a trade show or their business, they might have given you their card with good intentions, but rarely do they make that call. All right, so how do you get their card? Really, very simple. You just ask for it. Show some interest, as we've talked about here this morning, in what they do, who they are, what they're interested in, and then you say, you got a card? That's really interesting. I'd like to know more. Do you have a card?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Very good. Give me a card. I'll give you a card. And today, of course, I would like to give every one of you a card, or he'll give me a card. And if you'd like,
Done.
Thank you. All right, Michael and Debbie Cannon. Wow. Well, I see your email address is on here. All right, I might be able to send you some information.
I don't want to give you a card because we have glossy cards because we didn't know when we got glossy cards.
Some pens.
Better than people who have no card.
Yes, that's right.
Or didn't bring them to the networking meeting.
Some pens will write on the glossy card.
Sharpie markers, I have to carry one in my purse.
That's right. Good point. There's another kind of card that I stumbled onto literally by accident. This one, just a couple of years ago, I goofed, and it turned out to be a wonderful goof. It's great for all those people who don't have a card. It's called the blank card. And so every time I print some cards, which is wonderful to do, Avery and all those people, they love to put out that software that lets you print your own. You buy boxes of it. I always run off an extra page and just have those ready, because inevitably somebody says, I just ran out of them. I picked up 3 cards yesterday, and 2 of them I had to get by this special means. And I'm meeting people all the time who I really want to connect with, and they apparently want to connect with me, and so we do it on that blank card. All right, what additional info might I want to put on this card as I give it away? Or as I get their card, what might I want to put on their card?
Where you met them?
Yeah.
Exactly. some connection of why I have this card. And the other thing I put on their card is the date. A lot of these cards are way out of date, and we know that they are half of them a year later aren't in the same business anyway. So I might have 2 cards for the same person in there, but not doing that anymore. But I've got connections with people back there who I knew 15 years ago, and I've been able to ring them up lately. And this is my free seminar today. Now, in the paid seminar, I'll tell you how to know which one to how to find the right phone number for them. But the thing that's interesting is that it's amazing how quickly time passes. Can you believe it's the middle of the 5th month of this year already? Yeah. Thanksgiving was last week. Some of you remember Christmas. It's just gone by so quickly, and time will make these wonderfully out of date. I've got 8 more boxes of these at home, and believe me, I'm going through them and discarding the ones where I can't reach the person. But I'm also able to reach people and just find out what in the heck they're doing and make a connection, build a little rapport, and then start talking to them about whatever it is that's interesting to them. So now what? What do you do once you've got the cards, once you've got a means of contacting somebody? What is really the most important thing that you can do? Rhetorical question. And we've kind of answered it already, is that it is that means of some kind of connection, some thread. If you've ever seen how they created the bridge that ran across Glen Canyon Dam, it's quite a width. You know how they originally were able to put the cable across there to start that construction? With an arrow.
That's so cool. I was just gonna say, like some kind of high-tech crossbow.
It was actually a low-tech, good old, like a good long bow with a piece of yarn on it, or probably fishing line. And they put that across there, and on the other side, they could use that one to bring a little larger one, until they can finally put a cable across there about that big around and too heavy to get across any other way. And that's what you're doing when you create a connection with a business card. All right, we're done with that part. I thank you. I want to bring up our next speaker. So if you will all close your eyes for about 30 seconds, I will introduce our next speaker.
Where's the Mr. Rogers in your neighborhood? Hello?
All right, open your eyes. Hi there, my name is Vaughn Stocking.
Hi, everyone.
And thank you. I'm going to talk to you about the common denominator of every audience. There's 15 of us in here, and I'll bet this is true for us today. There is an interesting common denominator about any audience we talk to. How many of you are speakers? Actually, all of you should be raising your hand, because all of you do speak to some people at some time. In this business, don't we speak to groups, large groups, maybe even televised, video streamed groups? But how many of you are leaders? How many of you see yourself as being a leader? I hope everybody will raise your hand on that one too, because the world is in need of leaders. I have a new hero, Stephen Palmer. How many of you know Stephen Palmer? He helped Chris Crone write the signature book, Conscious Creator. And he has done some great talks, you can pick up on YouTube, at the conventions. And he's going to be a mentor for me, even long distance, because he's taken a leadership role. But when and where would you be a leader in the Strongbrook business, in the Conscious Creator mentoring business? Where would you be a leader? How about doing a grand opening? How about doing simply a meeting at your home? How about speaking at a local group? I get invited to speak about a couple of experiences I've had at senior groups or the local city lunch bunch or something. So when you train or when you're speaking, what is it you want to accomplish? With every person there, don't you want to have them hear you, understand you, and remember what you said? Would that be true? You want them to take action on what you talk to them about. So I have good news and I have bad news. Which do you want first?
Bad news.
You need the good news first.
Okay.
We offer a product and a service and choices that we can be very proud of. I am very proud of my association with this company. I fought it for a long time, for about 3 years, and 20 different people trying to get me involved with Strongbrook, and I was fighting it until the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network and Leslie Householder woke me up to what's really happening here in the bigger picture. And as I came inside, I got really excited about the fact that we also get to do real estate right. So we can be proud of it. Okay, here comes the bad news. You ready? Not everyone is listening. Right now, not everyone is listening to me. Among our group here in the room and those of you who are watching us on live stream or the replays. And if they are listening, they are not remembering what we're saying. Does that sound like pretty bad news? Are we wasting our time? Why is it that they aren't hearing, understanding, or remembering what we say? This is the common denominator of every audience you talk to. 1/3 of them have a drug problem. Wow. 1/3 of them have a drug problem. Dr. Bill may be able to tell us more about this too, but why do I know? One part of it is because of a mentor that I hope they'll bring in this summer. She's busy writing a book right now. Another one, if you remember, those who were here at the Mastermind for Mentors 2 weeks ago. Do you remember sitting right in this chair on the front row by the aisle? There's a man named Bill Byerly. Did you get to meet him? Mm-hmm. He's one of the best mentors I've ever had, about almost 25 years ago. And he's survived some amazing things, been a great trainer and mentor, and he'll be speaking next Saturday at the Manifest Now. Oh, wow. So I invite you to come visit. Yep. Also, I expect he might be speaking a little more than expected because I think Gerald's going to be in the fall. But he's an amazing mentor, and he can explain more of this to you. But what do we mean by a drug problem? Some of them, it'll be street drugs. They're using them recreationally, either currently or in the past, and still have the long-term side effects. The big thing is the medical prescriptions and treatments. They might be over-the-counter painkillers. When Bill does his trainings, he asks us in those 3 or 4 day trainings to not even use aspirin, ibuprofen, any of the painkillers, because it fogs our minds a little bit. Even excess carbohydrates, too much sugar, and other simple carbs, spikes blood sugar and insulin and the whole thing with the blood, cause a problem. And that is the largest part of this 1/3 of the group. So we won't ask anybody, and I don't know any of you, your situations, but right now, statistically, I can count on that of the people here, 1/3 of you did not catch what we just talked about. And that hurts. And remember, the point here, and we'll conclude with this, is that what you want to know is that because they are not catching you the first time, you will have to go some extra miles to get them to get your message. Besides all the distractions we have, there is this literal chemical problem going on in our brains. And we don't have time to go into all the 5 different drug or chemicals that your brain creates for good and for bad. But let's talk about how do I know about this? And it's called chemo brain. 12 years ago, I went through the hardest thing I've ever been through. I'm a chemo survivor. It was anybody know what CHOP-R is? It's one of the kinds of very harsh chemo. And it's the reason from a medical point of view that I'm alive today. But it did a number on my brain. They say up until that time, the medical industry believed that the chemo drugs could not cross the blood-brain barrier. And so we were protected. Well, about 4 years into my journey, all of a sudden they must have gotten some research money or something, because all of a sudden it was fashionable to know all about, and I was actually in my doctor's office on one of the oncology journals. They were talking about chemo brain on the cover of the magazine. It destroys memory. It randomly destroyed parts of my memory. The brain grows back. It's plastic. It grows all your life. And so I've got most of it back, but I just have senior moments a little more often than most of us do. But that's going on right now with some of you at this moment in the room. And any group you talk to is going to be the same way. So what do you do about it? That's the big question. We don't have time. We could spend literally many hours, actually days. I've been to seminars, certifications, where we spent 3 days talking about the solutions to this kind of thing from simply a learning point of view. From brain research, educators, doctors. Anybody know about accelerated learning? Does that mean anything to you? We will have a mentor that will come on this summer or fall who is one of the greats in accelerated learning. She's writing another book right now. And as soon as it's done, she'll be on board with us. What about learning styles, learning preferences? You know about auditory, visual, kinesthetic, visual, verbal. You know those names? Okay, so what can we do to make sure people are able to hear us, pick it up, and take it home with them? What about asking questions? Has it helped that I've asked you a lot of questions today? I hope it has. What about repetition? What's the word?
Repetition.
Thank you.
Gerald.
Did Gerald do a lot? Yes. Group studies, another good one. Color. If you look at my notes, I've got 5, 6, 7 different colors in there. Mentoring is another one. We got access to the vault. Music. One thing that Conscious Creator does not do yet, but I'll tell you with Bill Byerly, we will start doing it and doing it well. It's good anchor music that helps us anchor thoughts and ideas and memories. Eye contact. I hope that I've been able to make eye contact with most of you today. And as we do that with each other, that helps a lot. And finally, the best thing I know to help us with the business is called Fast Track. So I hope you will re-listen to this. I hope you'll hear the replays. I hope your people, your teams will listen to the replays, watch this, and I hope we'll all be together for the next Fast Track next month. And thanks to Wylene.
We want to thank Vaughn so much for that message, many messages, and just appreciate him so much being in the company. I know that I was able to communicate with Vaughn on Facebook quite a bit, and he's a great communicator. And we're grateful for those pearls of wisdom and little jewels that we received in that. And I know that's fascinating to me. I ran out of business cards and I need to get some done. So I will take that into account in getting those done.
If
Now
you
we're
like
going.
my notes from today on these two topics, I'll be happy to email them to you. On your business card.
Okay, so Vaughn will be happy. Is there a website or a email they can?
Just look me up on Facebook. I'm the only
Okay,
one
just look up
that's
Vaughn, VON Stocking on Facebook. He's the only Vaughn Stocking on there apparently. And he'd be happy to connect with you and get you information on those slides. Now we're going to welcome up Dr. Bill, my husband, Bill Gray. He is going to talk to us about the power of one more and the power of numbers, and share with you some of the statistics and numbers that Stephanie Davis shared with us at convention. Very powerful when we can understand the power of numbers. And here's Bill.
Thank you. Great to be with you here today. Let me slide this out of the way. I'm not going to use this.
Give Bill one more round of applause.
The power of one more. How many more?
One.
One more. That's right. And as Julia said, we're going to talk about numbers. And some of you may think numbers are boring, but I assure you, the numbers we're going to talk about today are anything but boring. These numbers are amazing. Know the numbers because they will skyrocket your business. These will exponentially propel you to success. Now, most people grossly underestimate the mind-blowing, the mind-boggling power of doubling and exponential growth. Take, for instance, a piece of paper. Let's say we double that. We're going to fold that paper in half 40 times. How thick do you think that will be? Yeah, not much.
We know.
A little bit. You know how many 40 times we just double that piece of paper? Well, think again. 40 times is 277,605 miles, greater than the distance to the moon. That's a single sheet of paper doubled 40 times. That's it. Wow. That is amazing. Another example. Now, if someone asks you, would you like $100,000 right now? Or take one penny and we'll double it every day for a month. Which would you rather have? The penny. Why? Well, let's take a look at that. You know, you might look at that and say, by day 10, I've got a total of $10.23. Okay, maybe I should have taken the $100,000. By day 20, you've got a total of over $10,000. Well, okay. Perhaps that's not too bad. Maybe I was on the right track. By day 30, and maybe if you're lucky, your month has 31 days in it. Whoa. So over 5 million in 30 days and over 10 at day 31 for a total of over $20 million from one penny doubling each day. That's the power of numbers in exponential growth. And that's what can happen to your business as you get going. So let's talk about that. Which one would you prefer? I go one golden egg or the goose who lays a golden egg every 24 hours? Yeah, pretty easy one there. The butterfly effect. In physics, there's what we term a butterfly effect. That is, a single butterfly simply flapping its wings has an effect that spreads around the entire globe. You wouldn't think about that, but it does. The presence or absence of a butterfly flapping its wings can lead to the creation or absence of a hurricane on the other side of the world. You're kidding me, but true. We're going to look at some numbers here and talk about that one more. Now, what happens if each person in your organization that you bring in adds 2 people to theirs? And those 2 people each add 2 people. Well, there's our number up on the screen. Now, if you go down to level 7, we're at 128 people in your total organization. If each simply adds 2 people that comes on board. But what happens when you add one more? If every person that comes on, instead of just 2 people, has 3 now. Wow, we just jumped from 128 to over 2,000 people in your organization. Isn't that amazing? And you can watch that exponentially explode. As you go to 4, if each person gets 4. We talked about that $4.99, getting those 4 people. If that were to happen, you go simply from 2,000 up to more than 16,000 people in your organization. Wow, mind-boggling? Yes, mind-boggling. And how many did each person extra get? How many more did they get? They got 1 more. 1 more. So just that 1 more makes the difference. What happens with your team? So the next time you're out thinking, now should I really stop and talk to 1 more person? Keep in your mind these numbers, the power of that. 1 more person makes a difference. You get to the end of the day and say, I'm tired. I've made these phone calls. Do I really need to make 1 more phone call? Well, there's the difference in 1 more. That's the power of 1. We don't think it makes much difference. And right now, today, it doesn't seem like it does. But it's just like that penny that doubles. As we go down the road, that has an exponential effect on the growth of our business. So every single day. So keep that in mind. Everything that you do, it's that 1 more that makes a difference. And here's that slide. That's how much difference it makes for just 1 more. Okay. 1 more. These doubles. 2, 4, 6, 8. Wow. Your network can turn into thousands of people with that simple effect. That's all it takes. Now, I want to talk for just a minute. Wylene just talked for a minute about the compensation plan. And I want to just share a few numbers that kind of help us get a handle on what that exponential growth means in terms of income for us as IBDs. We get paid on commission, and we get paid for a number of levels down, and they can even be unlimited levels down. Here's the first 7 levels, what that $4.99, that $99 a month mean to us. And those aren't really very impressive numbers. We're talking at times $8 and down even just $4 a month, and that doesn't seem like a whole lot of money. But let's look at that a little closer and see what happens when we start to put that exponential growth in, and that 1 more concept. In this case, we're going to look at that $4.99 package. And if each person enrolls 4 more, because we have that $500 bonus incentive, if we'll enroll 4 people in that 3-month calendar time, we have that $500 bonus. And if any of those enroll 4, we also get another $500 bonus on top of that. So this is really powerful. But what happens with that? We start to get that 500, and then we get the extra, so we get the 500. But if we each bring in 4, that goes down 7 levels, and each of those brings in 4, now that's not just a little bit of money, but that's over $172,000 in one-time fees that come into our pocket. Wow, that's the power of numbers. Now let's look at the $99 a month. If each person brings in 4 more people, down 7 levels, that gets up to $88,000 per month in income coming to us. It's not one time, that's every month that comes. That's the power of numbers. And this is an expanded sheet that looks if we go even beyond those. If we look at just 2, if we look then at that 1 more up to 3, and what happens with that $4.99 one time. And then we'll go on and we'll take a look at what happens with the $99 a month subscriptions that people come in. If you're at 2, there's $512 a month. But if each one does 1 more on your team, just 1 more, that's the difference between $500 a month to you and almost $9,000 a month to you. The power of how many more?
1 more.
1 more. Wow. That's the power we're talking about. And if we carry that out and look at even 5 and 6, we're talking about over $1 million. How often?
A month.
A month. A month. Now, let me be sure I add the disclaimer. These are just numbers. These are not actuality. There's nobody out there doing this right now. But could it be done?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It can be done. And I assure you, there is someone that will do this. Someone will do this. They will do exactly what you're seeing, and there will be someone in Strongbrook that's earning $1 million a month. It will happen. Mark my words, it will happen. And if it's going to happen to someone, why not
Me.
each of you? It may as well happen to you, because it's going to happen to someone. That's what's going to happen. Those are the power of numbers. Let me just close by sharing with you one of my favorite poems. It's called The Wage, and by Jesse Rittenhouse. It says, I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged at evening when I counted my scanty store. For life is a just employer. It pays you to ask. But once you've set the wages, why, you must bear the task. I worked for a menial's hire, only to learn dismayed that any wage I had asked of life, life would gladly have paid. Any wage we want to ask of life, it will pay. Decide what that is for you. Whether it's $500 a month or whether it's $1 million a month. That's your decision. Just make that decision. Decide what you want to have life pay you. And then go out. Give that message. And amazingly, your brain, your subconscious will do everything in its power to bring that to pass in your life. Give it its orders. We talk about orders in medicine. We give orders for people to follow, for nurses to follow. We give those working orders. Go give your working orders to your subconscious brain. Let it know every single day, multiple times a day, what it is that you want to be paid in your life.
Bill,
And it will happen.
tell the story before you quit. Would you tell the story about the astronauts?
Okay, let me just share that story of the astronauts. A number of years ago, there was a study done by NASA. NASA took would-be astronauts, and they took this group, and they put goggles on them. And these goggles made everything look upside down in their world. So they were going around, everything was just crazy. And they decided to see what was going to happen. This is an experiment. And they waited, and really nothing happened, and except this craziness of having your whole world be upside down all the time. But then, on day 24, and they wore these goggles night and day, 24/7. They never took them off for an instant, on all the time. At day 24, something unexpected happened. One of the astronauts suddenly began to see everything right side up. Still wearing the goggles, everything in his world turned 180 degrees and was suddenly right side up. And within a few days, every single one of the group had the same thing happen. Their world flipped right side up. Well, then they took the experiment a little further. And they said, well, what happens if we take those goggles off for just a second? Take them off, put them back on. Nothing happened. World stayed upside down. Nothing happened. If you want your world to change, and it will, because your brain will change your world 180 degrees. From poor to wealthy, from failure to success, it will do that for you. That's how powerful your brain is. But it has to have its marching orders, and those marching orders have to be consistent. If you take those goggles off for even an instant and decide, oh no, I'm not sure what I want, boom, we're back to square one. Start all over. You have to have those orders night and day going on all the time. And you have to be consistent. And they found that if they could do that for 30 days and for 90 days, that would retrain those brain circuits, and they would get to focus in and hone in and make that come to pass. We don't know why the brain will do that, but it does. It has that much power. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. That you could take the cells of a person from their mouth, put them on a petri dish, send them 100 miles away, connect them to a lie detector, and then have you look at something and create an emotion. Now, why detector needle 100 miles away would start going all over the place, just like it was connected to you, right there in the room. And you can do that 1,000 miles away. That's the power of your mind and your body. It has such power you can't even imagine. It has exponential power, just like the numbers we've been talking about. So go make it happen in your business. Know your numbers and understand the power of one more. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you. How many of you got your minds kind of expanded a little bit, those numbers? When I saw that the first time, and the first time that we saw that was from Stephanie Davis. And those of you who were at convention or were at the meeting a couple of weeks ago, you know, she has over 1 million people in her downline in a different company. And so, you know, these numbers, I looked at that and I looked at her and I thought she's speaking from a point of credibility. And so I totally believe it's possible. And I plan to be one of those people that test it out. So I'm excited. I'm excited to be able to share, to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Carolyn Blazel. And we have actually been working together for, I don't know what, a year, really closely. I mean, we knew each other before that and kind of talked and stuff, but we've been working very closely together for the last couple of years, last year at least. And I've been really impressed with how Carolyn has, like Julia did, kind of, you know, was in Strongbrook but hadn't really found her passion. And then she was part of my mentoring group that I facilitated, one of the 6-month mentoring groups that I've created. And I saw a total mind shift in her, and she found her passion. She figured out who her demographic is, you know, who she wanted to speak to and to touch, and, you know, the lives that she wanted to touch, and really knows who she is, and was able to translate that into how to put that into her Strongbrook business. And so I asked her to come and share a little bit about that and kind of her transition and what she's doing now. And so as you're listening to her, I want you to think in your mind, you know, we talked a little bit about, you know, Michael talked about demographic and social media and things like that. And think about, you know, who are you passionate about sharing with, and what are you passionate about sharing? And it may not be real estate, and it may not be mentoring, it may be something completely different, but there is a way for you to infuse that into your Strongbrook business. So bring Carolyn up. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to thank Wylene for this opportunity to share kind of my personal journey with Strongbrook and where I am today. And so I think I do need this. I'm just going to use this whiteboard on where I was and where I'm going next. Can you tell me if that's in the picture? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So where I was when I came in contact with Strongbrook was working as a seamstress. And I ended up deciding to become a seamstress when my husband was out of.
Kind of dead.
This one's kind of dead. Okay, great. I decided to become a seamstress because I was at a place where my husband was out of work, and I was thinking, okay, what can I do to maximize some kind of skill set? I'd spent a lot of my years, we have 8 children, 3 grandsons. And so my life still is a lot about taking care of the home and the family, but I needed to monetize something. And so I became a seamstress. When I met, I was working full time as a seamstress and still had quite a large brood at home. And so we were introduced to Strongbrook, and we talked about the grand opening. And so my husband and I said, let's do that. And if we're the grand opening, we are going to do a grand opening. So this was a year and a half ago, and generally our family does my husband and I do a large Christmas party in December. And we like to have a Christmas party where everyone comes and eats, and we always have some kind of entertainment, some kind of people that we've met throughout the year that have a great, whether it's art or music or literature or whatever, share that. So our grand opening was in December of 2013. It was at the Provo Library Ballroom, and we invited seriously, absolutely everyone that we have ever met in our 30 years of married life. And we did it with another person on our team, Binoy Tamang, who actually was going to be take Kalin and Chris up Mount Everest. He's a Sherpa. He's from Nepal. Anyway, so we put on this wonderful grand opening, and then that day, the one element we didn't consider was that it might blizzard on the day of our grand opening. And sure enough, it was the most ferocious winter storm you could ever imagine. And we thought, oh, great. We catered the food. We had all sorts of musical groups coming. We had Chris there, and is anyone going to show up? And sure enough, about 150 people came to our grand opening. And my husband and Binoy had worked tirelessly promoting it and calling. I'd done my tiny little bit. And so the grand opening happened. And then a few months later, my husband was like, I just don't think I want to do this anymore. And yet at the same time for me, I was thinking, yes, my teacher life is soon coming to an end. And also I decided, Wylene, to get started with the mentoring, because I was thinking, I don't know what vision you have of seamstresses, but it's probably true. You're sitting in a little spot with your needle and thread all day long with maybe one or two other crazy ladies and what's my impact as a seamstress in the back office of some bridal shop versus I began asking the question of myself is, what is my purpose? If I'm not with my kids, raising my kids, which is an important thing, what really is my purpose? What's my value? What I'm meant to create and give to the world? And the thought came to me that this isn't it. But then the question was, of course, so what is it? And our children range in ages from 29 to 13. And I was realizing if I don't figure out my financial future and am secure with how my finances are working, what is it that I'm teaching my children? I haven't taught them any if I haven't figured it out. So thus began my journey and my mentoring with Wylene. And it was just, I think it was this past fall. Actually, I can't remember. She was down in Las Vegas and she texted me and she goes, you need to look up Kim Kiyosaki. And so I thought, okay, I know Kiyosaki from Robert Kiyosaki, but anyway, so I looked it up, and sure enough, Kim Kiyosaki is the wife of Robert Kiyosaki and has written the book Rich Woman. Totally, I identified with Kim Kiyosaki, and I'm on a mission to meet her one day because it totally allowed me the opportunity to see what my purpose was. And I just wanted to read two quotes from her book that started putting me on the journey of figuring out what my purpose was outside of this one. And so the first one was, she said, when a woman's self-esteem rises, then the relationships around her tend to improve. Her life improves overall because she feels good about herself and she is making choices that are genuinely true to her. So to me, that was huge. That if women figure out their finances and know all things financial, their self-esteem improves and their relationships will also improve along with that. The second one was this. Most widowed women have no clue about finances. Statistics are that 90% of women will be solely responsible for their financial affairs at some point in their lives. What does a woman do when she is responsible for her finances after her husband dies? She turns to a financial planner and is solely dependent on him to rescue her. Leave it up to someone else to manage her finances. If you're not thinking about your money, are they? Those were two thoughts that were extremely profound to me, and I began pursuing this concept of teaching women about finances. And it just so happened at the same time, both my mom became a widow and my stepmom became a widow. And so this past year, and the other thing in the book, because obviously the question is, okay, if not a seamstress, then what will I do and how can I learn to get there? And so Kim suggested joining an investment club. And I thought, well, I don't really know anyone in an investment club. I haven't really heard about an investment club. So I decided that I'll start an investment club. So I started, and I call it, and you can look this up on Facebook and join my club, but Utah Valley Women's investment club, investment group, actually, investment group. So we meet every Tuesday night, 7 o'clock. I may have one person, I may have two, I may have a dozen. And I bring people in to share, women, to share their experiences in all things regarding investing. And the other concept I've passed is I talk about what my kids are doing, what the activities they're involved in, what my husband might be doing in work. But what about if we gather women and we talk about money, and we talk about investing, and we talk about wills and estates and trusts, and we talk about all things relating to money? I've really never had many of those conversations through my 29 years of motherhood. And yet I want to start those conversations. So the last week I had my friend, she's done a lot with the stock market. I always thought of the stock market as being a man's world. Does it have to be a man's world? Of course not. She's had great success in the stock market. And she's had so much success that she's now launching her own business. She's starting in Provo a business called the Cheese Palette. Her husband was raised in Wisconsin, passionate about cheese. She's becoming a cheesemonger. She's raised enough money through her investment in stocks that she can have this shop for 5 years, she's figured out. And whether or not it makes any money or not, she has made the money that will fund this business entity for the next 5 years that all her and her husband are participating in. And I thought it's all because of learning about the field and the area of investing. This coming week, Tuesday night, 7 o'clock, I should say, this is what time it is. It's in Orem. This coming week, it's on wills, estates, and trusts, estate planning. So I was thinking, let's see, what woman could I have? I know my neighbor across the street is a lawyer. He's a lawyer, but I want this to be about women. So I was thinking, who do I know? And all of a sudden, a name came to me. I Facebooked her, and I said, this is what we're doing this coming week. I called her up then. I didn't have her number at the time. And sure enough, she had just finished her estate planning. And I said, you're just the person I need to have you come and tell us your experience with estate planning. Now, the other thing is, because I'm part of Strongbrook, all these subjects I can tie into my Strongbrook business. I can tie into my mentoring. I can tie into, so what's your goal for the coming week? You could come into Strongbrook and get a game plan, and we can assist you on that journey. We can, with the estate planning and so forth, I can show them this is what Strongbrook does. This is where you can go. Here's the website. I'm going to be using videos from the company that Strongbrook has relating to our wills and the online estate planning that Strongbrook offers. So this is kind of where I've seen my niche. Just yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I decided I wanted to go to this Rich Dad Poor Dad seminar. I know that those seminars there's always a guy in the back of the room who wants to take your money, sign up for something you'll never use, and do the rah-rah thing. But for some reason, I felt drawn to go to this seminar. I wasn't quite sure what I would learn, but I'm always looking for new topics, new possibilities. And so I went in this room. There were about 30 people there. And the thing that was really fascinating to me was the demographics of the group that was there. It was primarily men, and primarily there were a few fathers that brought their sons. And I thought, wow, how cool is that? I mean, I think it'd be great if mothers and daughters would bring their kids. But there were really, of that 30 or so people, probably maybe 4 or 5 women. So that tells me something. First of all, that women are not engaging in financial matters as like Kim Kiyosaki says, to give them that self-confidence, give them the knowledge. And secondly, that there is a market out there for people who are desirous and eager to learn about all things financial to make a difference in their financial future and in their present financial situation. I just also want to say that just coming up with the confidence of what my purpose is hasn't been easy. So I decided with the seamstress, that is not my world. I have a bigger world to influence out there. So I left my job last October, and I thought, oh, well, then I'll just take business at my house. So it came flooding to my house, all sorts of sewing projects, galore, and I was working around the clock. So now at home by myself, I wasn't even sleeping. I was getting sick, and so what happened to my time that I was to be focusing on my Utah Valley Women's Investment Group? I was focusing back again in the seamstress arena. So I realized that once we decide on what our purpose is, we have to be like Bill was saying, laser focused and stay where we know our purpose is supposed to be. I got sick. Even my former employer called me up, and guess what I said when she called me up? I said, yes, so come back. I was totally off the trail of where I was meant to be. And now I just find it fascinating when I said I had to take time, step back, think, what is my purpose? And it's a question I realize I have to ask every day. What's my purpose, and how can I create value for the rest of those that I come in contact with on a daily basis? So that has been my journey, and I just encourage each of us, because when we're in our passion, there's nothing more satisfying, and we come across in our relationships with other people from a place of genuine heartfelt love and compassion, and we have something, like I said, we're looking for what is the value I'm creating, and once we know it, stay true to it. And that's been my experience. Thank you.
That was awesome, Carolyn. Thank you. I appreciate you. Everybody has just done such a fabulous job. Hasn't everybody just done a great job? Give all of our parents Well, I am really excited to bring up our next speaker. And this is, you got to meet Michael Cannon earlier, and you're going to get to meet Debbie now. And Debbie is his wife, and she and I had a really strong connection at convention. We got to sit by each other quite a bit, and she even told me, she says, you're going to feel me. I'm going to be grabbing onto you, because she actually was in Mary Kay also, and so we had a lot to talk about there, and we were able to speak the same language. And so a lot of, I've been mentoring with her as well, along with Michael, and have totally transformed the way that I do my Strongbrook business. Is much simple, and it's much more doable and duplicable. I feel like I can teach everything that she's helping me to implement, can teach it to other people. And so I'm really excited to be able to introduce her and have her share. And so would you bring Debbie Cannon up with a big round of applause? And also get you Is the remote back here? Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'm very excited to share with you today, both live and on video and live stream. As Wylene had said, my name is Debbie Cannon. I spell it kind of funny, D-E-B-B-Y-E, Cannon, normal like a gun. And I am the founder of Smart Cut Solutions. A smart cut is a smart way to take a shortcut. And so my husband now has joined me in that company, and we love to help entrepreneurs simplify their life, because we want you to be able to save your time, make money, and create freedom. Does that sound like it kind of meshes really well with Strongbrook and their philosophies and what they're doing? Thoughts happened probably a month before we met Strongbrook. Oh, I love that picture, whatever that is.
That's my daughters. Okay, sorry, I've got to get this.
So what I'm going to start with today is just some of the basic foundations that I work with clients on, which is about time management. Because time is that one commodity that you not only can't really get more of, you don't know how much you got. And that's something that we really need to be aware of. So we want to work intentionally in our lives and in our businesses as well. And so we're going to see if I'm smart enough to run the control. How many people do you know that just say to you, I don't have any time, I don't have any time, I don't have time for this, I don't have time for that? Yep. It's probably many of us. In fact, I think I caught Wylene saying yesterday something that she didn't have time to do something. And I'm like, let's rephrase that. You have not chosen to do that yet. You have as much time as everybody else. But we want to help you not feel so frantic. And one of the things that I can offer you is a very short video. Everything I do is very concentrated, like orange juice. So it's very short and to the point. We have a opt-in on our website, and it's smartcut solutions.com. And on the top of that website, there's an opt-in box where you can get our sticky note brain dump. And it's one of my favorite techniques that I use when I get overwhelmed. Because if you're like most entrepreneurs, you wake up in the middle of the night and you can't get back to sleep. How many people does that ever happen to? The rest of you are lying. But I get up out of bed and I do this sticky note brain dump, and it just helps me to get things off my mind, put things in order, and move on. So I hope you will take advantage of that little video. Let's talk about, what does your time cost you? Well, obviously it can cost you your health. I'm sure everybody in this room knows somebody who's been so stressed and out of whack that's cost them their health. It helps, it creates your loss of quality of life, maybe your relationships. It takes your sleep, definitely takes your income, and it helps you not achieve your dreams. So we want to help our time work for us. Now, I help people realize that life balance is probably a mirage. It's something that you can't really get. If you would just close your eyes for a minute and think of yourself on a balance beam, or your tippy toes, or walking on a tightrope, or along the curb as a child, you realize that you kind of start to feel really stressed. You may even be holding your breath. And in order to stay balanced, you have to maybe put your arms out. You have to really think about what you're doing. You can't look around. You can't get distracted, or you're going to fall off. And that's what it happens to us when we're trying to get our life in balance. Balance, my financial planner, who was also a CPA, said the word balance means everything is equal. And I'm sure you would agree with me that in your life, everything is not equal. The time you spend at your employment is not equal to the time you spend with your family. The importance of the time you spend with your business is not the same as the importance of the time you spend with your family. Things are just not all equal. So we want to think in terms of rhythm, because rhythm is something that you can create and you can maintain. It's very flexible. Now, most of the people that we work with are entrepreneurial, and so you tend to be creative spirits, and that's a wonderful thing. But you also have to watch out for the words that may be kind of shutting you down, because if you think of what I'm going to teach you, I got a little hair there, think of it as a schedule. Your brain's going to run the other way because you're like, I don't want a schedule. If I wanted a schedule, I'd have a 9-to-5 job, and I'd go to a corporate office and sit in a cubby and that whole thing, and that doesn't usually appeal to entrepreneurial spirits. So I want you to think of this as your rhythm, and it's something that you can change and you can modify it, and you're the boss. You're in control of it. It will help you to have rhythm each and almost every day. So first of all, we're going to plan our work and work our plan. Keeping things flexible, as I mentioned, is very, very important. And we are going to get down to the nitty-gritty. Wylene's got some handouts for you. If you're not here live and don't have a handout, this is what we're handing out. It's just a really simple chart. It basically looks like a blank calendar with only 3 weeks instead of 4. Okay? So it's a really simple technique. Like I said, everything I do is very easy. Now, I've taught a lot of time management classes, and one thing that I found is people get really tied up. So I want to help you to realize that you have about 3 basic blocks of time each day. And they usually, for people, will run about 3 to 4 hours. So on Monday, You have the morning block, the afternoon block, and the evening block. And your personal schedule is going to kind of dictate what the actual clock is going to say during those hours. And the idea here is to just kind of block in some of the things that you're going to use as your main activity during each of those blocks. So what is your routine? Some people like to have a really early morning routine. Maybe you're a person who gets up before the crack of dawn and you do your meditation thing, your scripture study, whatever. So you may even want a little division out at the top. If you're in the child at home stage, maybe you have the time from the time you get your kids up for school until they come home from preschool or something. Everybody's time schedule is going to be a little bit different. But just think about what you're going to put in those basic blocks. Now over at the bottom of your handout, you'll see some words. I have some color coding because I use some color coding to help me realize all things are not going to be equal. I'm not going to have the same number of yellows as I have blues. That's okay. That's what we're after. But it does help you realize sometimes you've got too much of one thing and not enough of the other, and that's why you're feeling out of whack. So the color coding that I use, and I usually just draw a little mark down the side. I don't color the whole box in, but just a little mark down the side for what the main focus of that square is going to be. So my yellow is for my family time. And it's a hokey way to remember it, but they're the sunshine of my life. My blue is for spiritual, like the clouds. Now, for different people, that can be different things. It might be the time you're actually at church or doing your church responsibilities. It might be the time you're studying your scriptures. It might be the time you're meditating. For some people, it could even be their yoga. You know, it's just whatever is your spiritual time, something that feeds yourself. Then we have two colors for business, and that's because people sometimes think I'm at work. Now, if you're in a traditional job, at work means 9 to 5, you go there and you do whatever it is you do there. But if you're an entrepreneur, you have work and then you have other kind of work. You have income producing work, which I mark in green. Income producing work would be work that maybe I'm going to be giving a presentation or doing something that is going to put all those dollars that we talked about in some of those other presentations in my bank account. And then you have pink time. Now your pink time is your administrative time. Now I know some entrepreneurs make all their work green time, which is great, until they have to figure out their tax report, and then everything's a mess because they didn't have a pink time. Pink time is going to help you keep up with some of the paperwork. In some business, it's going to be ordering product or delivering product, or maybe in Strongbrook, it's going to be inviting guests. That's not directly income producing, but it's part of what goes on administratively. So just start thinking about your business in two different colors. Orange is your personal time. That might be the time that you go to the gym, the time that you get your nails done. For the guys, you get your hair cut, you go to the doctor. Those are all orange personal time things, just things that you do to take care of yourself. And then I'd encourage you to have purple time, and that can be for your sweetheart time. And I personally like the word sweetheart because it can be, if you're a single mom, it could be your kids. It could be your spouse. If you're not married, it could be your girlfriend or boyfriend. So sweetheart time is just some kind of a relationship time that is an important relationship in your life. And we're going to take a little breather here and let you think about this and ask me some questions, because I'm sure some of you are going, I'm not sure what to do with this.
Well, so I was going to ask, do you kind of do it in that order, and then do you just block out certain times, or exactly
how do I start? Okay, great question. I actually start with what I know has to get done. I know that there's certain things that as a homemaker, as a mother, as a grandmother, I have things that are just going to have to be tended to. So I start with some of the practical things. I put in, when am I going to get the laundry done? When am I going to do the grocery shopping? When am I going to see that somebody takes care of housekeeping? So I block in some of those. I block in what times do I want to have available to do interviews or phone calls or go to networking meetings. What clubs or organizations are you involved in? Those are gonna kind of fill in the blanks there. And then I can see where I have holes that I can do other things. Does that kind of help?
Did you say, are you using these different colors of markers or pens for marking on your calendar?
Well, I use them in a lot of different ways, but in the basics thing, what I'm doing here is we're making an ideal weekly rhythm. What would you like your plan to be for your week if everything kind of went to schedule, which we know it's really not ever going to probably be perfect, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in a minute. But I would just kind of say, for me personally, on my own rhythm, I like to have Monday morning, I have to put my home place in order. Because if the dishwasher's full and the dishes are piling in the sink and nobody's got their laundry done and blah, you know, I can't even get started. So for me personally, that's kind of my Monday block. For those of us that are familiar with full-time missionaries, they often have what they call a preparation day. So for me, Monday's kind of my preparation day. That's the day I kind of do that sort of stuff. But maybe that's not your rhythm. Maybe that doesn't matter to you. Maybe you just like to get up Monday morning and hit the phone or hit the street or do whatever it is you do. So that's fine. I do want you to understand that this is not a permanent decision. I do almost everything in pencil except these colors. And the reason is because I find that every now and then I have some time that things just shift. And suddenly my rhythm is out of whack and it's not working for me. Not too long ago, I went and I was looking back at what had been done lately, and it hadn't been done. Like a lot of hadn't been done. And I thought, what is wrong? Why am I not getting stuff done all of a sudden? And I realized because I was trying to be normal. I was trying to work Monday through Friday. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was off on the weekend. You know, that's when you're supposed to go to work. So I was being normal. And then I realized why this wasn't working for me was because we have an adult daughter and 3.5 grandchildren right in our neighborhood. And my time with my children is very important to me. My mother died very young, and I don't want to give up a minute, you know, with those relationships. And so my daughter would call me up and say, Mom, let's go to the mall. And I'm like, okay, let's do. And too much of that and not enough of what needed to be done, like my newsletter and, you know, my phone calls and my appointments, meant that the balance in the checking account wasn't looking too good. And so I realized, aha, I know what's wrong with this picture. I'm trying to do Monday through Friday. What I needed to do was plan to do those things on Saturday, because I could do them on Saturday. And on Saturday, my daughter's husband was home from his job and they had their family time, so she didn't usually kidnap me on a Saturday. So I said, great, I'll just play during the week more, and then I'll plan to do that on Saturday when I'm not getting interrupted and kidnapped. And so it works. So just realize when it's broken, it may be a seasonal change. You know, during the summertime coming up, maybe you're going to plan to ride your bike every morning. Well, you're not going to do that in January, not here in UA. So you're going to have some times where you just start to realize your rhythm's kind of not working for you. You need to make some adjustments. Okay, I'm going to kind of go into a little bit more about how I batch those activities, because there's certain factors that will help you put things together, and that's really important. So I look at when is a good time for me to do paperwork. If you're a really early morning or a late night person, maybe that's when you want to block in paperwork time. Even if you don't like paperwork, if you save a little bit of time to do it, you know, it's by the inch, it's a cinch. That's a good way to do it. And that's one of the things I like to do on Monday morning is make sure that my paperwork's taken care of, and I actually teach some systems for that. When are you going to do your networking? If you're already attending some networking meetings, you're going to just go ahead and put those in. When is the best time for you to do appointments? There's only certain hours in the day that's really going to work for you, so you need to reserve some time for that. Telephone. Save some time for creative time, for whatever that is for you. It could be, maybe Carolyn likes to sew for fun, not for money. So just think about, it might be creating a program that you're going to put into the mentoring vault. Something like that is part of creative time.
So think about what you have to do to be dressed for that, because that's something that will dictate what ideas are going to go together. I like to have Wednesday as an out and about day, because I work in the LDS temple on Wednesday night, so I have to be dressed, I have to have my hair done, I have to put my face on. So Wednesday's the day I like to go out and do errands. I'm going to do my doctor's appointments on Wednesdays. I'm probably not going to do them on Monday. Monday I could stay in my sweats and, you know, empty the dishwasher and stuff. So just think about what dress you need, what location, where you're going to be, and what's your energy. If you're a morning energy person, then use that time for what works for you in the morning. If you're a nighttime energy person, I mean, after about 3 o'clock, I'm done. I'm a morning person. So think about your energy. You can use lots of reminder tools. You can do calendar alerts on your phone. I use those. I use a paper for planning, but I use my electronics for, I call them wake-up calls. So I have a lot of little wake-up calls that say, oh, now you're supposed to be doing this or going there. There's all kinds of cute phone apps you can do, and I use the old-fashioned kitchen timer. I keep actually one of those on my desk, and I use it a lot, because if I'm making phone calls and somebody says, we're having dinner right now, call us back in 5 minutes, I need to set the timer or I'll be in 100 different places. Whoops. Life rhythms will help you save time, end frustration, reduce stress, create serenity, and develop teamwork, because everybody knows what you're doing. We help people to get their businesses organized so that they can have maximum productivity. We work with your individual personality, because that's a big factor in what's going to work for you, and your individual business type and spaces. Michael particularly helps with the technology and the tools that you need to help to get that going. And we do have an IBD special offer that we're doing. I offer a special tour in my office where I sit and work with somebody in my office for a couple of hours, give you basically show and tell, and then we do 3 strategy sessions with you. You can choose any of these topics that might apply to your situation or take one of each. And then 13 weeks of accountability to keep you on track. And we're doing that today for $9.97 instead of $13.94. The end. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. And I can attest, I spent 3 hours with Debbie, and she helped me to come up with some really awesome systems for my office. And I have lots of pages of notes, and we're going to be implementing all of that. So I endorse you.
Thank you.
I kind of neglected to mention, there were a couple things that Carolyn said that I just wanted to kind of go back and make sure that you all caught these. She was talking about, you know, coming into your purpose and figuring out what your, is that my phone? That's my phone. Do you want to just? I was afraid to turn the volume down because I thought I wouldn't be able to hear the timer. Anyway, she mentioned a couple of times about inspiration, and, you know, that she was inspired to do things. I was inspired in Las Vegas to call her and say, you need to look up Kim Kiyosaki. And, you know, little did I know that that was the opening to the door of what she needed. And it's amazing to me how that power of inspiration is, it's such a huge part of my life. And I just implore all of you to really use that within your lives. And with that, I would love to bring up our next speaker, Susie Ross. She's been a great friend of mine for almost, almost 2 years since I started in Strongbrook, and she's been an inspiration to me. And Susie has team members all over the country. She has a huge team in New York area and California. She's got, you know, from coast to coast. And so I asked her to come and speak on the power of referral marketing and how you never have to run out of people to talk to. So give Susie a big round of applause. Thank you. Oh. Give Susie a big round of applause.
And actually, I'm going to put a little bit more of a spin on it, because we've all heard, we know the power of referral marketing. We know that once you have people in, you can build your lists, because again, that's priority 1. We come in, we do the interview process, we go through that, we get them to get their list, then we help them build their list, then we do, you know, the leapfrogging, and we help them build their team. But I want to go a little bit different, because my team, I'm very, very fortunate. And Wylene asked me, she said, I want you guys to speak on what has been the secret to your success. What has made the difference? And I'm going to tell you right now, absolutely, without a doubt, 100%, the most important thing in my success has been the relationships I've cultivated, has been the friendships I've chosen and made made the effort to retain. So I've been in, my background is real estate. I was one of those bizarre weirdos like Chris Crone that turned a late night infomercial into multiple properties and saved several families from foreclosure, and that was huge. And that meant so much to me because I actually have a degree in psychology. So you're like, what? Those don't go. But they do, because I went into it ethically. The reason I was successful in real estate is because I went in to genuinely help people. And when the market changed, and literally banks are stupid. I'm just going to tell you that. They will cut off their nose to spite their face. And when the bank did not accept my offer on a property, and literally I had to tell this mother and her 3 children that they're homeless because they would not take my offer at auction, and it went to auction and they got much less than I offered them. It was very frustrating. And then the market, everything changed, we all know, and I stepped out of that. And I got into network marketing. I looked at the value of what they can teach. The one thing, how many people here have been involved in other companies and done the network marketing thing? Okay. Now, the one thing I'm going to tell you, I'm such a believer in this industry. Don't get me wrong, I don't like sales, so I'm not a big fan of that. But I love the relationships. And the one thing that every network marketing company that I have ever had and ever encountered has in common is their personal development. Is the fact that they cultivate you and they encourage you to find you and be the best you can be, so that other people are drawn to you. So I went out and thankfully, because of my relationships in the past, when I got a hold of Strongbrook, I mean, obviously this was a perfect marriage for me now. To have networking in real estate, I was like, yeah, this is, yeah. And plus Chris and I, we were kindred spirits the day we met. But it's one of those things where this just made total sense to me. So when I connected with the relationships I had, it was only a matter of time to where I called my friend in California, who calls his friend in Ohio, who calls her friend in New York, and everything erupts. Now, the funny part is, and this is what I'm going to tell you this, and this is me getting a little vulnerable, okay? I have never successfully built a team locally, okay? It's a lot of work to run a team locally. I am so blessed to have people that run with it in other states for me. Okay, hold on. Oops. Technical difficulties. Good song though. Always gonna move another mountain. That's my business partner in here, and that's why we're always moving mountains. But one of the things that I think we all need to stop and recognize is that those relationships continue on. So people ask me, well, Strongbrook network marketing. I said, well, I'll tell you frankly, it's not, and I'll tell you why. The difference with most network marketing companies, you have to build a gargantuan team to make a good income. You have to. It's kind of a requirement because you're only making like $5 a head. Okay. With Strongbrook, you can make a 6-figure income easily all by yourself. Do I encourage that? Absolutely not. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot easier with a whole bunch of people behind you. But the reality of it is that this is more, we have a blessing. And now that they put in CCMN, I'm sorry. I'm like, look right in the camera. Oh my gosh. Okay. I hope you guys can grasp that basically what they did was create a situation where literally the greatness in every single person you encounter can be your product. How awesome is that? I'm like, seriously. I'm like, I joke, I tell people this all the time, and use this pitch because this is one that really brings it home for me with CCMN. We lovingly refer to it as the Netflix of mentoring, okay? Which, don't get me wrong, that's cool, but here's the key. This is something I really want to bring home to you. Yes, we have Les Brown and Kevin Harrington, Roger Schlum, and Chris and all these amazing people, but here's the thing. Netflix doesn't just have the Oscar winners. They got the independent films too. So I can tell you right now, my sister in California, who has been an absolutely amazing, brilliant teacher, both of my sisters are teachers, 7th and 8th grade math and science, come on now. Yeah, that's just nuts. I don't understand that whatsoever. My little sister actually is a guidance counselor. She went on to get her master's. She's a guidance counselor in East Los Angeles, and so she was in South Central for years. She specifically focuses on urban learning and inner city kids. Okay, she's 6 feet tall, so she can pull it off, just saying. But I'm excited because they've written curriculum. My sister has songs to help kids learn math. And now she can help children on the other side of the world grasp math. How amazing is that? This is the tool that we have in our hands. So I'm sorry, I'm a little off topic, but I have energy and it's got to come out. So I know, like, and I do. That's the other thing. One of the things I will tell you, the absolute ticket to success. And this, I actually had a little 8-year-old girl ask me. She's around my house and she's like, how can you afford all these things? And I genuinely, I'm like, oh, here's my laptop, you can play with that. And here she was coming from this idea, like, wow. And literally, when I looked at her, I said, you can have all this too. Don't you dare think for a second that anything is limited. Just because, I said, if you knew my house is more than 3 times the size of the house I grew up in with my 7 brothers and sisters, and because I worked hard and I accomplished it. But here's the key thing. I said, you want to know, she said, what was your secret to your success? What's the most important thing you did to be successful? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's who I chose as friends. Absolutely, 100%, the biggest indicator of your success is who you choose to surround yourself with. Why? And here's the deal. When you're at your lowest, okay, when you're at your lowest, who do you turn to? You turn to your friends. And your family ideally are your friends as well. But you turn to the ones that care about you and the ones that you have a relationship with. So now, what do you want to have them bring to the table? I had this argument with a teenager. She's like, my friends don't tell me to do anything. I have my own mind. I can do what I want to do. I don't understand. My dad always says, and this is what my father said, so thankfully, yay, brother, he heard it too. And he says, show me who your friends are and I'll show you who you are. Okay? And she hated that. And so my niece was arguing. And when this question came, said, okay, but when you're down, you go to your friends, right? Well, yeah. So what do they bring to the table? Do you want them to bring gangs, violence, and drugs, and depression and negativity? Or do you want them to bring positivity and scholarship and big attitudes and entrepreneurial mindsets? What do you want in your world? I shut up a teenager right there. It was awesome. Okay, it was awesome. You can close a teenager on something like that. She could not, because it was true. It was all true. So along those lines, there really wasn't a train of thought, and yes, I derailed slightly, but we're getting back to it. Along those lines, there's a difference between networking. Okay, not network marketing. That's the amazing industry that we're in. Embrace it, love it, be proud of it. If someone does balk, say, well, technically, you don't have to build a team, so it's direct sales, whatever you want. If you need that argument in your pocket, use it, okay? But the difference that I'm here to talk about today is the difference of networking versus referral groups. So network groups versus referral groups. Does anybody know the difference? You know, we've all been to a networking group, right? How many of us have gone to events where we're like, okay, we got to socialize, we got to swap our cards, let's do this little thing, and you basically get like 2 or 3 minutes to try to be as genuine as you can, you know? Now I'm always genuine. Sorry, it doesn't turn off, but I scare people too. So there's, you know, there's definite sides to it.
Susie?
Yes.
I was thinking with a network, isn't there more closeness?
It's the other way around.
Relationship.
It's the other way around.
Oh,
Let me
it's the
explain
other way
why.
around.
Let me explain why.
I knew it was something
Okay,
related.
this is the key, and you're right, absolutely right. The difference between a networking group and a referral group is a networking group, you go and it's up to you to mingle. You know, ideally you're meeting the same people, so eventually you're gonna get to know each other. A referral-based group, which are the only kind of meetings I attend, are ones at which at every meeting, every single person in the room gets to a 30-second commercial. Every single person in the room gets to speak. So that means that every person in the room heard what you do. And you get a chance to say, and the best referral for me is, Okay, the best referral for me is to step up. So I would step up and say, hi, my name is Susan Bond Ross. I help people turn their nest egg into a golden goose. I get your money working for you through real estate and other amazing things. And right now, actually, the best referral for me is I'm looking for mentors. I'm looking for people who have amazing stories, amazing talents, brilliant curriculum that they want to share with the world. If you know of anyone that's a teacher, a counselor, or someone who actually is in the personal development industry, let me know. Now, I've intrigued you, I've sparked your interest, and I've also put in their mind who I'm looking for. Specifically, the more specific you can get, I said teachers, because that's my passion too, but I put it. Well, now what happens is I just turn everyone in the room into my referral agent. They, as I get to know them, to do one-on-ones and build with them and get to know them, and they see me consistently, then we build a rapport, and they go, hey, I have a friend who does real estate. I have a friend who does it, not just because there's real estate agents everywhere. You got to separate yourself. We help people turn their nest egg into a golden goose. Okay, get your money working for you, make things change. So when you're out at a meeting, when you're looking for groups to work with, okay, ask, do you get to give your pitch? Do you get to give because I'll tell you, I would have joined the Salt Lake Chamber of Commerce, and I was heavily recruited by the Sandy Chamber of Commerce. Amazing groups. I'm not going to speak ill, but they're too big. I have to go in there and try to work my magic on 2 to 5 people whenever I can. I know that my story, I know that I'm really good in that 30 seconds. By the way, that's the other tip. Get really good at your 30 seconds.
Yeah,
you know, like, you got to bring the energy. People come to me because of my energy, because of what I do, and I'm genuinely passionate about what we do. So bring it at that time. Do your 30 seconds, but what'll happen is people will come to you. They will resonate with your message, and they will come to you and start setting things up. So instead of spending time going to networking meetings, okay, really guard your time, guys, because we were just discussing time planning, okay? Absolutely essential. So instead of just going to regular networking meetings, find referral groups in your area and ask the coordinators, do people get to give their pitch? And if they do, that's when you want to start. That's when you want to get to know. And be consistent about it. Because the relationships are what, again, one by one, California, Ohio, New York, it happens. You never know. And I'm looking forward to it happening over and over and over again. I've had it happen several times. So just know, guys, we have an incredible opportunity with what we're doing. We have an amazing product, and I really hope you can feel the energy of what we're doing. Our real estate is as amazing as it ever has been, if not better. And now we brought in mentoring. We brought in this incredible tool to bless the world with the brilliance of those around us, as well as gain knowledge and wisdom from everyone else. So it's a fantastic product, and we have that availability. I agree completely with what they were teaching earlier. Guard your time. Use the referrals group wisely. Optimize your lists. As you gain those lists with your friends, as you gain your list with your downline, do the follow-up. The keys to all of this, though, and again, the baseline for this is instead of a networking group, find a referral group.
How do you do that?
You can make, I actually went online meetups, online chambers, community groups. I ended up joining the Murray Chamber. I'm a very proud ambassador. I'm ambassador for the Murray Chamber. Yes, guys, they love me, and I love them. Stephanie Wright's absolutely amazing. But I chose Murray Chamber because it's great size. It's very well located for where I live in West Jordan. But I still get to do that commercial at every meeting. That makes me happy because I also get to know them. If everybody's 30-second pitch every week for a few months, you get to know them, even if you haven't done a one-on-one. And eventually you do. You make that effort to do the one-on-one because they start calling to you their energy. You will find the right people, okay? So trust those instincts. Yes?
BMI is another very good one.
BMI is another great one. A lot of people do BMIs. And it's same concept. The energy and again, that's where you actually have it specialized, but you will always get to give your pitch and you'll get to know people.
What does BMI stand for?
BNI.
Or BNI, sorry, thank you. BNI, Business Networking International.
Dr. Ivan Meisner, MISNER.
Yeah, there are BNI groups everywhere. And it does cost money for BNI. That doesn't mean it's not worth it. So, and that's my cue. But guys, find the passion, resonate your energy, resonate your message, get your message out with referral groups, and turn all of you who you interact with into referral agents for you. So, thank you.
Oh,
I know, right?
I know.
High five to the room. Stand up to stretch.
You know, as I've listened to everybody and watched everybody up here, I've realized over the last couple of years, you know, I've grown a fairly successful business in Strongbrook. And as I've watched everybody up here, I've realized it is a team effort. It is like that, you know, what it is, take the as a child kind of thing. It's that same type of thing. And, you know, looking around at the mentors that I've gathered into my life and the tools and resources and the people that are experts in other areas that I'm not. And the next person that I'm going to bring up is actually another one of those. And I love that it is following up after what Susie said, because Tyler Turley is going to be speaking to us about a business that I participate in called Touch Points. And it is a texting service. And some of you who are on my list, you'll get a text sometime from a different phone number than my regular number. And so, and that's what it is. And I love what Susie said about coming up, you know, to a referral group time after time and saying the same thing time after time, because, you know, somebody might hear it once and it doesn't mean anything to them. And then the next week you may say the very exact same thing to the exact same people, and they're like, oh, I heard of somebody who said that they want to invest in real estate or something, you know, so then they'll come and talk to you. So I think that there's so much value in just being in the right place at the right time. And that's kind of what I've learned from Tyler. So I'm going to bring Tyler up, give him a round of applause. And this is our actual first face-to-face meeting, so I'm excited to have you here. We've talked a lot on the phone, and he's helped me to be a lot more proactive in actually keeping in touch with my prospective clients, my team members, all of those people. And so I'm just really appreciative for you taking the time to come and share. And I know he said that he was going to run his PowerPoint from the back. And so we want to leave the camera on the screen though, right? Okay, so I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself, and
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time today and the opportunity to be here. I apologize, I sound kind of like a frog. I've been back and forth. I live down in St. George, and I had my two boys out of fathers and sons last night, up at 5 o'clock in the morning to be up here today.
Wow.
But I'm appreciative to be here today. Really quickly, 1-2 minute my background. I am or was an insurance agent for a long time. My family was in insurance for 35 years, and that's where this Touchpoint software that I'm going to show you today, that's where it was kind of born from. Is I started Touchpoints out of my frustration as an insurance agent. Okay, I ran an insurance office for Allstate for 12 years up in Logan. Okay. It was the largest Allstate agency in the state of Utah, and between me and my dad and my brothers, from here to Arizona to everywhere else, we owned the largest Allstate conglomerate in the nation. Okay, a lot of clientele that we had to take care of, make sure that everybody got wished a happy birthday, make sure that they were coming in for their renewals, and hey, how are you doing? Hey, you're missing your payments, all these things. And I was pulling my hair out sometimes, knowing that things were slipping through the cracks. Also, I didn't want my clients to feel like they were just a name and a number, but I wanted them to have that relationship with me, because I need that business to renew. That's how I get paid. And if they don't have a relationship with me, and they're just a name and a number, and every other commercial on TV is telling them to take 15 minutes and save 15%. So we had to build that relationship with them. And I found myself trying to use 10 different programs to do 5 different things, and it just wasn't working. So finally I said, throw my hands up. I'm going to develop my own program. Started developing it. It worked very well. Other people in business said, how are you doing? What you're doing? Showed them. They liked it. Said, I want that. How do I get my hands on that? One thing led to another. Somebody offered me a bunch of money to buy out my insurance office. I said, if you're really going to pay me that, you can have it. And I'll move to St. George. So we moved down to St. George, and then I ended up dumping a bunch of money into the development of touch points to make it usable for any industry, any end user, because we found that a lot of people had the same issues with following up and building relationships with people that I did. And now we sell to businesses all over the country, even out of the country, from network marketing to doctors to dentists to insurance agents to everybody in between. So I will run this from the back today. It's a little unorthodox, I know, but I want you to be able to see the screen because it'll all be live what we're doing. And so I can show you how this works, and I'll run back there. And I'll take questions during the middle of it too if you have questions on how it works. So run back here. Towards the end.
And just while he's getting that ready, I'm just gonna let you know, we are gonna be taking a little break after Tyler's done. I know we've heard from Smart Cut Solutions, we'll be hearing from him. If, you know, those of you who have questions about those particular services, this will give you a chance to maybe network with them just a little bit. And anyway, go ahead, Tyler.
Okay, real quickly to get started, you guys, I'm gonna show you a little about 2-minute video. I raise of hands, does anybody know who Nathan Ricks is? Okay, or heard that name?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Okay, Nathan Ricks is like the #1 distributor for New Skin.
Oh, that's why I heard.
He is responsible for about 60% of the volume in New Skin.
Wow.
The guy is the guru when it comes to that industry. And he talks about being able to follow up with the people and the value of that. And there's a little clip here that I want to show you guys. It's about 2 minutes. And I don't know if that has volume on it, Wylene there.
One of the things to know too is that for the live stream,
Yes.
if you're back here, the microphone won't pick you up like this far back, right? So you
Yeah, I can
the
move on.
microphone, we maybe, I don't know if we can get out of here. Oh,
Not as good as
we
that.
just have to move it back. We just have to move the microphone back.
Thanks. Perfect.
That didn't work.
Whoever was watching it just got motion sickness.
Right.
There's a week. He's here.
All right, I'm not getting any Wylene, can you
Can you
turn
see turn the screen around so you can see what they can see what.
It's not getting any sound on that?
It worked on mine, so it's on.
You just turn the chair around
Oh.
so they can see what's on the screen.
If we can't load it, it's okay.
Sure.
It's not a mandatory thing.
The sound being that I there when I played my video. get this set up again and we'll go.
That'll give you so I can't figure it out.
Okay.
And then I can call you personally. And I said to do one training, get you all.
So are you doing this on Monday or?
I'll just call it, yeah, next week. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's, when we set them up on the top down, because it is moving towards what I just explained to you. I think that much people already signed up and the one thing set up on previously. Yeah, well, it's, I wasn't going to set it up, that was one of our sales guys who got out.
Is it also
I honestly don't know.
I think so.
He said.
Yeah. I think that the microphone button was turned off on the screen.
Did this get turned on?
I think it was at the
If
top.
we're talking now, is somebody their phone on live stream so that they can find out if we can hear it?
I can call, well, there is.
No, all I'm saying is like, get on the live stream.
I'm a retired director is Wylene.
Yeah, we don't.
We're like, okay, well, now we need to shop here a little bit.
No, I know that, and so I can work with you because it's.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get it out.
Well, I'll check and see if it's working.
It is.
Oh, it is. Okay, I guess audio. What did you do to get it to work?
The button at the top.
Very rare.
On the computer?
Yeah.
Something got hit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I'm
I
like,
think
you're
probably
in
when the
there.
stand fell on the computer, probably bumped the button.
Oh, it's muted then. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Because you remember when it crashed on the thing?
That's Carol, here was the button up here at the top, Carol, where they got the, it was the microphone.
So we're doing
Oh,
this.
But most of it got recorded.
Yeah, except for that last.
Right. And so that's why I said,
This is good.
you can go to my, I have a group page on Facebook.
Okay, digital email
And
address.
it's on there.
Let's get that.
Conflict, like this past week, we didn't have a town concert. But generally, yeah, I wasn't gonna put people in Strongbrook necessarily each time, so I felt like it wasn't appropriate.
See how the sound went off on yours?
I'm in Orem.
Well, and I actually brought my video camera, so, you know, depending on
Every
the
time
time
we
we
get
get
people,
people.
video,
So it's a great idea to have something that people understood.
Yeah, like members, we have this women together, we can share our experiences about, you know, what it's working, what hasn't worked.
No worries.
Oh, lots of words. You know, that's explain what. Okay.
Prosper by that.
Stole it. That's all I really.
Right, so it's kind of like a book club too, right?
Yeah, well, it's just all things just coming together and
Thank you.
educated.
So
So far, I've been wanting to. But you know, I'm open to anything. So far, that's kind of been how it's. And, you know, and then just had to really put on the show. Just started a dialogue with
Yesterday.
So.
What's your name?
I'm sorry. Okay, where do you live?
Northmore.
Okay. Okay. Right on the second floor in Linden. Yeah, so up on the hill or which?
Research.
Okay, okay.
People.
How close are you to you? So southwest.
It's quite a lot, it really does work out.
Doesn't mean it's
Oh, really? Here, here's a, what you need to take video here.
Now that you get it.
What we do is we're thank you.
Here's this for you. Thanks, I'm teaching it. Oh, are you? I'm teaching it. I did the handout, so I know. Lynn, you probably know. Well, it was recent, so it's kind of new. I'm probably gonna have to. But I just think that's funny. How are you? Good.
no consequence.
I won't say
No, but if I live in my girlfriend 5 years old.
Has that been?
Why it's
So,
maybe that's true.
Technically, yes.
So the personal part, you say, hey, this is people.
You might really divide that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
good, yeah. Yeah, oh, that's good. Yeah, that's true. I have seen her, I have seen her on the calendar. Well, good, at least you have. But it's also helpful to
They don't want to receive text anymore, they just respond back.
I'm not very well.
Or which is rare. Because it's not. They know so most people don't.
Well, I know I'm entering, so are you in the, have you gone into yeah, no, sure. What is environmental and agency? It's financial. Is this? Yeah. One that gave, one that they keep adding.
I just.
Does anybody know, is this working?
It's on now.
It is on now? Is the sound is working now? Okay, great. Okay, anybody that's out in the hall or wherever, come on back in. We need to finish up. It's almost 1, but we do have one last little thing that we want to share with you.
And see, yeah, I always use the color ones, and sometimes we have 100 numbers, 20 numbers.
Yours is in color.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so, as an example. Sure.
Yeah. So we can find colleges and search.
Okay, we need to finish up because I told everybody we'd be done at 1. It's 1 o'clock right now, but we do have this one last class that we want to share with you. Michael, can you
Awesome, thank you. I'm gonna have this portion recorded, and if I had thought about it, I didn't realize that the sound wasn't working for Tyler's presentation, and I could have turned the video camera around on him and we could have had it, but I think we're gonna try to do a separate video of Tyler's presentation and post it as a separate thing on rebelpowerteam.com, so you'll actually have that audio that you missed. And then this particular class, because for me personally, for my team, I want to teach all of my leaders how to take their new people and turn around and duplicate what I'm doing for them and teach them. So I'm recording it for myself. But I'll post it as like a YouTube video or whatever. So if anybody else wants to post that as well, or, teach their team as well. So I'm going to invite Debbie Cannon to come back up here. And Debbie and I have been working together for however long since convention. We've kind of talked here and there and met together. And I've shared with her what I feel like was really important for my team to learn, and she brought with her, a lot of skills from her past businesses and knowing what. In fact, why don't you just share a little bit about, because everybody here pretty much knows, I've been in Strongbrook for a couple of years, and we jumped in and built a large team right to start with, and even in my Mary Kay days, I was known for having a really good retention. And I know when you and I talking, you kind of had that same skill. So if you wanted to share a little bit about you and your background.
I'm a little bit like Susie. I never had a local unit in my direct sales. My husband's retired military, and during the time I was in direct selling companies, we were active duty military. So we were moving every 24 months. So my teams were always spread out a long way. And despite that, I always managed to have a really high retention. And I think a lot of that had to do with the same kinds of reasons that Wylene had a high retention, and that is because we had good connections like Tyler just talked about, and we also had very good training. I think a lot of the reason that a lot of people leave their businesses, their home base, their networking, their direct sales businesses, is because they can't stop struggling with the juggling. And so one of the things that Wylene and I set out to do was to make our training so simple and so consumable that people wouldn't hit the door with a business that yesterday they were thrilled and excited about, and today they look at it and go, oh my goodness, what have I done? I don't even know where to start. And we signed up on a Tuesday, and the following, I guess a week from Thursday, so in less than 10 days, we were at convention. And we didn't know squat. And we're trying to figure out what's an IBD and a XYZ and a PS3. And we were just like way overwhelmed. And then I started training with Wylene, and she showed me the website. And as you can tell, my husband especially is tech savvy, and I'm not too bad for a female. And I'm just like, I can't even figure out what page this is on, and where are you now? And so we've really tried to go in and make this very, very simplified. And one of the things that helped my unit to grow and expand, and for people in my unit then to build their own teams and their own units, I had several offspring units, was because I had a very simple process that they could put on a piece of paper and quickly even commit to memory, and they could just do that right off the top of their head. And so that was something that really helped our team to grow, because they knew exactly what I wanted them to cover with their prospect or with their new team member. And that's where this came from.
Yep, awesome. So did all of you get a copy of this? And those of you who are online, you can see the one up here on the screen. And we do have a PDF copy that we can share with you if you'd like. And who do we want to have an email for that? We've used all the paper. Oh, we used apparently all the pens too. Okay, so you can email me.
Not that one. Throw them away. Don't put them back in the basket. This is not efficient.
See what I mean?
Time management, here we go.
I mean, how many times have we picked up the silly marker today and it didn't work? So it's not going to get any better. Done.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so you can email me if you'd like a copy of this, and I'm gonna have you come back up here because
You want help?
Yeah.
I make the handout, so.
So this kind of all started with, I had a 3-month system that I would take new we use our language, new consultant training, our new IBDs through. But one of the things that I found was that people would get through 2 or 3 of them and then they would kind of drop off. And I thought it was them. And now as I look more, closely into my system, I think a lot of it was just, some of it wasn't really that simple. And so we really, really simplified it. It's one sheet instead of like 3 full pages typed. And
yesterday she sent me 3 typed pages, and I said, this is not what I envisioned this doing at all. We need to talk.
Anyway, so we really consolidated it down, and this is actually brand new for us as well. And so we're excited to be able to implement it. But it's basically everything that I used to train, but it's all on one sheet. And it's just 5 simple steps, and you can see it's let me give you a hand. So it really communicates that you want to help, and that was Debbie's idea. So it starts with the thumb and goes this way. So introduction we are creating, with Michael included, we're creating actually a video that will just go out in an email with a welcome email. There will be a couple PDFs to support it, and it will be a step-by-step kind of what Sherry did, going through the website. How do you get into your back office? How do you find events? What are some of the things that you specifically need to know so that you can hit the ground running and just jump off and jump in and get started.
And one of the PDFs is the acronyms.
Yes, one of the PDFs will be acronyms. Another PDF will be a contact list. On the back of your interview and business plan, there are some contacts, but it will be a contact list that has my name and contact information, that has where's big fat logos. I mean, there's all these different things that people just are constantly having to, where do I find this? Who do I call for this? And it's really just to simplify our lives as leaders also, so that it gives them all the tools they need to really get off and running. Okay, so the second one is start sharing. So as soon as they get kind of oriented, then they can jump in and start sharing right away. The one that we found has worked the best is the PS3, which is, sorry, Michael, what?
Point to it.
Oh, start sharing. Thank you. And so number 2, so the PS3 texting, that is, and this one again will be a video, so this will be a second video, and they'll get everything all at once. They can go through as they, whenever they get the first one, they can just jump right into the second one. So they don't have to call me and say, okay, I'm ready for video number 2. So PS3 will go through, explain that. Also talk a little bit about social media and the Conscious Creator Mentoring Network video and the real estate video, that just like a 5-minute video for them to share with prospective clients. And this is just to get started. As you get farther into your business, then you're going to also learn about running a play, and you're going to learn about the magazines and all these different tools that we have. But to start with, let's just get started. Let's just jump in and start doing some texting, get some information back. And then number 3 is presentations. And so once you start texting, you're going to have some people respond back, and then you need to know how to present. And the 3 ways that we're going to talk to them about is 3-way call with the leader, and bring guests to events, either local or virtual, because we have a lot of webinars and things like that going on now, and schedule your grand opening. So we'll talk about getting that started at that time. And you just jump in if I forget anything, or we're good, whatever. Okay, so those are the 3 basic ways to do presentations. And for the most part, most everybody has access to something, some sort of a webinar or an event, or at the very least a 3-way call with one of the leaders. And so we feel like that's a great place to get started. Number 4, find your why. This one will be a personal phone call. This is, for me personally, this is where I shine. This is for me the reason why I have a longer retention rate for people on my team, is because I work with them and I connect with them heart to heart. and I help them figure out, what is it that you're passionate about, and how do you tie that into your Strongbrook business? So just like Carolyn was talking about. So that one will be a personal one-on-one phone call with me. And during that phone call, we will plan their income. We'll figure out, how much do you want to make in a month? And if that's the case, then what do you need to be doing on a daily basis to get there? What are your daily actions? And then also creating some accountability. Are they going to, text me and let me know, that they got their work done in the month? Or are we going to, do a touch base once a week or whatever? We'll figure out what's the best way to have accountability there. The fifth one, number 5, is to connect. And these are these 3 things. When we keep people connected in these 3 different ways, then that again creates that retention and it builds leaders. So the first way is to connect with your leaders. Stay connected to me as your leader. Stay connected to your upline leaders. Stay connected to Strongbrook. Stay connected to your project manager if you're working on properties. Stay connected to your, whoever is going to help you stay connected to the company and to your business. Stay connected with prospects, just like the touch points. How are you going to stay connected on a daily basis or a monthly basis or a quarterly basis or whatever, so that you're in the right place at the right time and you're in front of the client when they are ready to sign up, okay? And then number 3 is to stay connected to your team. So we talked to them about you touch base with your new people. If you have people join your team, how are you going to stay connected with them, and then teach them to basically teach this same process to the people that join their team, and that's going to keep that retention. That's going to keep that the abundance flowing, the prosperity flowing. So did I forget anything?
Well, the only thing that you're not seeing on the slide is what we had on the handout, and I don't know if you can we see it
I've got it up
that way?
Oh,
Okay, I wanted them to be able to see the bottom of the slide here. We have Wylene's picture, so as an individual IBD or leader, she's got her own picture here. She's got her website. She did not put her phone number intentionally, so she wanted to, this is how she wants people to connect with her. And she also put in her Facebook group that she uses, and we're using a time trade link that we've got a special shortener for, so that she can have people to schedule those 3-way calls with her. And it's a system that lets her choose when she's going to have 3-way calls available. And then people can go in and they'll see, oh, she's got one at 9 o'clock my time or 2 o'clock Friday my time, and they can actually schedule those without her having to be involved in that directly. So just a couple of smart cuts.
Yep. And I learned that from Smart Cuts. Anyway, any questions here within the group? What do you guys think?
Sounds very good.
You liked it? Well, it's very much going to simplify my life. And I'll tell you what, when I went to Debbie and I said, I need to create something, that's a little bit simpler. And when we first started talking about this, it was because I have a goal to have 1,000 people on my team. That's like bare minimum. That's my milestone. And 1,000 people within my team, I can't call every single person and website with them. And, I just physically wouldn't be able to do that in a day. And so, for me to be able to have 1,000 people on my team, there has to be a lot of systems, a lot of automation, a lot of delegation, a lot of really that automation, I think, is going to be the real key. And so as soon as I receive that email that says I have a new person joining my team, that email goes out with the PDF. The email explains that they're going to be receiving some videos. The very first video is their first training. And once they finish that training, they move on to number 2 and they keep in touch with me. And then when they're on to number 4, Find Your Why, then we're going to have a connection. I do call them when I first receive that email. So it's not completely automated that way, all touchless. I do call them and welcome them to the team. Congratulations. Thanks for joining our team. Tell me a little bit about what you'd like to see from your Strongbrook business. I'd love to be able to support you in whatever way that I can. And, so we do that. But until, and I believe that, not to, be, I mean, I know you guys will hear my heart when I'm saying this, but you kind of do want to work with the people who are willing to work with you. And this is one thing that I found with my business is that there were a lot of people that I would go and I'd try and, try to drag them to everything. And sometimes they would come, but you'll find really quickly with a system like this, I think I'll find really quickly who are the ones who really want to move up to that sales supervisor position, who wants to be leaders and who wants to engage and be actively, working the Strongbrook business. And those are the people I need to be spending time with. So anyway, I just feel like this will be a really huge key to my success. So,
Wylene, you talked about after they go through so many steps and they get the video, are you creating your own training videos?
Yes, so
I know Gerald Rogers was in the process of creating those too.
And I actually did communicate with him, and I asked the collaboration team to be on this and watch this. Perfect. And so I'm doing it because it isn't available anywhere and I want it now.
Yeah.
So I'm creating it, and if Strongbrook wants to do something, I'm totally willing to let them take whatever and plagiarize anything that I do and read it, and I'll jump on board with it. But until then, I'm creating my own. I'm working with these guys and just creating my own stuff. I know what I want, and so I'm just creating my own stuff. But I'm sharing it with them. So if they want to use parts of it or none of it or whatever, and we'll work together. So
he's pretty preoccupied with leaving tomorrow for Nepal. Doesn't know exactly how long he's going to be gone. So
yeah, and again, I want it now. So
She wants it yesterday.
And
actually.
I know, and I know what I want, and I know what I need. So I'm just doing it. So I'm just getting the help that I don't have from within me. So thank you all for being here at Fast Track, and I appreciate the time. The effort that all of our speakers gave, and just wonderful. I really appreciate it, and go out and implement it.
Yay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's probably just going to suck out converge to. I know, I just thought they should have started, or was you wanting to go with this before I started?
Well, he started at about 3 o'clock, so Nate doesn't know this shit. And I texted him this morning and said, Michael and I are presenting. No, he had something going.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday about.
It's backwards.
Okay.
So you're like 3 levels down. So